Yes, hello, karibuni. It has reached our time and our show is on. So karibuni. So a busy week as well. Ruto hana chake. Mambo inaendelea vibaya kwa mkereketo wa Ruto ambaye alijidai miaka mbili. I want to begin with something today. Karibuni sana wale wanaingia. Leo nataka I want to begin with something. I want to begin with the fall of grace ya Ruto. Nataka niwaoneshe how deluded people were 3 or 5 years ago. Nataka kuwaonesha karibuni. To the extent that even Ruto around defamation of the name of God. Nataka kuonesha pale shida za Ruto zilianza. Uwezi shindana na Mungu utoboe. Karibu sana PK. Let me show you where rain started beating Ruto. Although I have never supported him. Ndiye huyu. Mvua ilianza kunigonga.
Aisha Jumwa has today praised Deputy President William Ruto so much that if Raila sees it, he will surely feel pained. Aisha went on to compare Ruto with God, saying nobody can be compared to Ruto.
Mimi nimeamua kushikana na ndugu yangu Samoei Ruto ambaye ni Deputy President wa taifa letu la Kenya. Na nimependa kushikana naye kwa sababu mimi nilikuwa katika TB Mtiana. Mambo mengi ambayo sikuwa tunayajua maana yake. Lakini tukayafuata kwa sababu tulifanywa kuamini. Lakini hakuna
nataka mfuatilie hapo. This is where Ruto problems, even though he had so many problems, but you can listen. Jamaa alikuwa anaabudiwa kama Mungu. The guy was being beaten by everybody today.
Ukweli, hakuna vile uongo utakaoshindana na ukweli. Ukweli ukidhihiri, uongo lazima upeane njia. Na ni lazima upeane njia safari hii. Kutoka kwa Waluya, kwa Wacoast, kwa West, kwa Eastern, lazima uongo na tulikuwa tumedanganywa, lazima upeane njia. Wa ukweli kudhihiri. Mimi nilimwangalia Deputy President kutoka mambo ya ile Coast mpaka huku. Yale mambo anafanya, ukitaka barabara, Ruto yuko pale. Makanisa kujengwa, Ruto yuko hapo. Ukitaka mashule kujengwa, basi za watoto kununuliwa, Ruto yuko pale. Ukitaka maji, Ruto yuko pale. Ni nani anayefanana na Ruto? Ni nani anayefanana na Ruto? Hakuna wa kufanana na Ruto. Hakuna wa kufanana na Ruto. Ruto waweza, Ruto watenda, Ruto watenda, hakuna wa kufanana naye. Bwana Yesu asifiwe kanisa.
I can confirm definitively. You cannot handle God that way and you go scot free. Hata kama ni sukari unatoa, hata kama ni mume wako, never ever reach this level. Hawa walikuwa wamekula pesa, kila kitu kaendelea. hadi wanachukua wimbo za Mungu wanaweka Ruto hapo. Ruto couldn't survive. You cannot survive blasphemy. Huh? Wacha niwaekee tena. This is not normal. No wonder Ruto has fallen the way he has fallen. Hapo.
Hakuna wa kufanana na Ruto. Hakuna wa kufanana na Ruto. Ruto waweza, Ruto watenda, Ruto watenda. Hakuna wa kufanana naye.
That was a church. So ningetaka Aisha Mwajuma ama mtu mwingine yeyote aende pahali kwa madhabahu ama kwa kanisa aimbe the same wimbo. Ningetaka huyu Mwajuma ambaye alisifu Ruto miaka 3 iliyopita, the same wimbo aende na aimbe. Ningetaka aende aimbe the same song. There's no in which Ruto could have survived. So wakati watu wanauliza, there is no, it is impossible. It is impossible. You cannot delude people to this level. Whether ni kuwalipa umewalipa ama ni they are graduates of room 350. Ruto could not survive the carnage of God. It is impossible. So these are some of the things where Ruto crashed. Hata angefanya nini hangetoboa. And na Ruto ni kuisha ataisha. He compared himself with God and lazima aishe. Lazima aishe. Because it is the path which goes to everybody who does. Nimrod compared himself to God. Ilibidi aishe. Nebuchadnezzar compared himself to God. Ilibidi aishe. Once you take the position of God, lazima uishe. Unfortunately. So Ruto at that time when people were worshiping him, praising him in the path of God, alikuwa anafurahia. I just wanted to show you people where Ruto, he can't survive this. Hata ajaribu aje. And I want to confirm here definitively. Ruto cannot survive this. Hii hatahitaji prediction. Ruto lazima angamie. He cannot survive this. Whatever will be on the path of Ruto lazima igonge. Let's begin with the masaibu ya bwana Kindiki. Kindiki anaonekana he has now understood the reality. And this always happen. Na nataka kuambia hapa, when you hear your brother is suffering, unaambiwa sasa wacha tuondoe huyu, wacha sasa tukuweke hapa. Start asking yourself, ama utakulia na ile sahani ambayo mwenzako alikuwa anakulia. Kindiki as an idiot, he thought that because Gachagua was suffering, he deserved that position. Today he is at the same prejudice which Gachagua received. Wacha tumusikie.
If you're struggling with depression or not feeling the comfort and peace that you need, I invite you to meet with missionaries like me from the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints. We can help you lift your burdens to the gospel of Jesus Christ.
Na mimi nauliza, kwa sababu next year ni siku ya siasa. Si Rais Ruto atafika hapa kutafuta tu tabu? Si atasema ile mambo ametufanyia kama Wameru? Si atasema mambo ya barabara? Si atasema mambo ya masoko? Si atasema mambo ya stima? Si atasema mambo ya hospitali? Mimi vile vile, kwa sababu mimi ni deputy rais, niko na kazi ya kurasaidia rais ndio hizo miradi iharakishwe, tukishirikiana na hawa ndugu zangu mawaziri, PSS, wabunge, governor, MCS. Tunafanya bidii ndio tujitetee next year. Sasa wale ambao wanashindana na sisi wakifika hapa, kabla waseme ile mambo yao wanasema, muwaulize, siku ile mlikuwa mawaziri, siku ile mlikuwa manaibu wa rais, siku ile mlikuwa wadosi, tutajie mambo ya Wameru ambayo mlitufanyia hapa, ya kusaidia mkulima wa maziwa, ya kusaidia watu ya Meru. Kama watajitetea ni sawa sawa, lakini wasipojitetea watuondokee polepole, kwa sababu Kenya imebadilika. Hakuna uongozi ambao hautapimwa na ile kazi ambao wamefanya. Ni kweli si kweli? Ni kweli si kweli? Kwa hivyo sisi hatuna shida na mtu yeyote, hatuna shida na kundi lolote. Ile tunasema wakifika hapa waongee kwa heshima, waheshimu wananchi, waheshimu watu ya area hii, na pia watuambie ile mambo ambao walitufanyia. Na vile vile mimi nimesikia iko mijadala hapa, na mimi nataka niseme hivi nikiwa hapa Meru Town. Niseme ya kwamba wale ambao tunatoka sehemu hii, mimi nikiwa mmoja wao, wale ambao wa Kenya ambao wanatoka pande hii, sisi ni jamii moja. Nataka niseme sisi ni jamii moja. Sisi tumekuwa jamii moja tangu jadi. Siku ya kupigania uhuru wa taifa la Kenya, tulisimama pamoja na jamii zile zingine za Kenya. Kama jamii ya pande hii tulikuwa tunafanya mambo yetu pamoja. Tumefanya biashara pamoja. Tumefanya mambo yetu ya kimila pamoja. Ni kweli si kweli? Na sisi mambo yetu ya biashara, ya uchumi, ya siasa, ya mila tunafanyanga pamoja. Ni kweli si kweli? Ni kweli si kweli? Ile serikali ya kwanza ya Mheshimiwa Mzee Jomo Kenyatta, tulikuwa pamoja ama hatukuwa pamoja? Si tuliunga mkono tukiwa pamoja? Tumefanya mambo mengi pamoja. Vile vile serikali ya Mzee Kibaki pamoja. Ni kweli si kweli? Ukiuliza huu Mutahi Kagwe anatoka kule Nyeri, anajua kwamba sisi watu ya pande hii ndio hata tulikuwa tunapenda Kibaki zaidi. Ni kweli si kweli? Ni kweli si kweli? Kwa hivyo sisi ni jamii moja. Hata siku ile Uhuru Kenyatta amekuwa rais wetu, tumeenda pamoja. Serikali zote tumesimama pamoja. Hata saa hii tutaendelea kuwa pamoja. Hata saa hii tutaendelea kuwa pamoja. Mimi nataka niseme, kwa sababu hii serikali ambaye sasa tulitafuta watu wa sehemu hii, tulikuwa watafutaji wakubwa wa hii serikali. Na mbio mimi nikaongea hapo awali nikasema hatuwezi kutoka katika serikali ambayo tumetafuta, kwa sababu tukitoka wengine watakuja alafu wanakula jasho yetu. Ndio nang'ang'ana nikiwa pale kwa hii serikali, siwezi ondoka. Mimi nang'ang'ana nikiwa pale, kwa sababu tukitoka watu wengine watakula jasho yangu na jasho yako. Tulipiga kura, tukupiga kura, itwaringire kura ntubeto. Thirikari ni yetu kana tietu? Thirikari ni yetu kana tietu? Kwa hivyo hii ni serikali yetu, na mimi nimesema liwe liwalo, mvua jua, mimi siwezi kushoto kulia. Hii serikali tuliitafuta kwa jasho na bidii. Tutang'ang'ana hapo, tulinde hii serikali na tutetee maslahi yetu tukiwa hii serikali, kwa sababu hii ni serikali yetu. Na mimi niseme hivi, kwa sababu nimesema sisi ni jamii moja. Serikali haiwezi kuwa mzuri wakati Deputy President anatoka hapa pande hii, alafu inakuwa mbaya Deputy President akitoka pande nyingine. The same government cannot be bad ati Deputy President ametoka hapa inakuwa nzuri, akitoka hapo hapa tu anakuwa mbaya. Is that possible? Hapana. Kana Meru rata bokuga. Meru bukotane nani? Buko watanira nani ya Meru? Kwa hivyo hii serikali muache mchezo. Hii ni serikali yetu, hatutoki, tunang'ang'ana hapa. Najua tumeongezeka, kina Oparanya wamekuja, wamekaribishwa, lakini hatutoki, hatuwezi waondokea. Tutang'ang'ana tukiwa hapa ndani, kwa sababu hii ni serikali yetu. Na hapo ndio tulisema, wiko ndugu wengine wetu walikuwa wanasema tuondoke, mimi nikakataa. Nikasema hatuwezi, because you don't build a house, complete it, furnish it, and then you abandon it. Alafu unaenda kuishi msituni. Wewe unajenga nyumba, unaweka plaster, unaweka sofa set, unaweka TV, alafu badala ya kuenjoy unawacha, unaondoka, unaenda kuishi msituni. Mimi siwezi kufanya hiyo kitu. Niseme. Tuendelee tusiendelee. Na hiyo ndio mazungumzo tutakuwa nayo next year. That is the conversation we'll have with my brothers. Na ya mwisho kabisa niseme hivi. Hawa ndugu zangu ni haki yao kwenda mahali wameenda. Lakini kwa ile side, mimi nikiangalia ile pande wamepangana, number 1 imeenda, number 2 imeenda, number 3 imeenda, number 5, number 10. Sasa tuko number 20 kwa ile pande ingine. Niseme. Hii pande ingine, si Rais Ruto sasa ni rais. Si amesha kuwa rais. Si anamaliza term ya kwanza. Si next year tunampigia kura ya mwisho. Ni ya mwisho, si ya mwisho. Next year ile kura tunapigia Rais Ruto ni ya mwisho, sio ya mwisho. Si ni ya mwisho. Alafu aende retire kama Mheshimiwa Uhuru Kenyatta, join President Uhuru in retirement. Alafu
Hello, my name is Adam.
That one is very telling. I joined President Uhuru in retirement. Na Kipriru wacha tukujifanya tunataka kutembeleza uleto
Phoenix Energy.
You know you are for you
joining.
Niseme. Hii pande ingine, si Rais Ruto sasa ni rais. Si amesha kuwa rais. Si anamaliza term ya kwanza. Si next year tunampigia kura ya mwisho. Ni ya mwisho, si ya mwisho. Next year ile kura tunapigia Rais Ruto ni ya mwisho, sio ya mwisho. Si ni ya mwisho. Alafu aende retire kama Mheshimiwa Uhuru Kenyatta, join President Uhuru in retirement. Alafu kana tabokuga Meru.
Sawa, Kipril, if you say I always cut you, napea watu wengine, mbona huko studio nikupee 2 hours uongee? Unajua shida yako, unatakanga kukuja ile wakati there is a crowd. Alafu unasema ngoja, unanikata. Saa hii tu unachungulia tu hivyo tu, unasema wacha hiyo nyang'au ikae hapo peke yake. Then when people are in the studio, that's the time when now you are get crashing, and pia unataka kusema sasa hata mimi nataka kuongea. And you couldn't take advantage when there was no one in the studio. Hata wewe Kipril bana, kuwa serious na life. Kuwa serious na life. Pia ile wakati ati kuna watu 10 ndio unataka kuongea and you want to cut everybody. Ndio nakukatanga saa zingine, because between your post na kuingia studio saa zingine you even take 2 hours. Anyway, Kindiki is extremely suffering, but nataka kuwekea I don't want to focus with the tribulation of Kindiki because it doesn't make sense. Let me put for you the icing in the cake today. Can you say the icing in the cake today? What happened today? Leo ilikuwa mbaya. Leo ilikuwa mbaya pande ya Meru. Ni Meru ama ni Meru? Leo ilikuwa mbaya. And you know, this Kasongo bye-bye is very consistent. Even 1 year ago, walimuimbia. So let me begin from there. I want to be 4 months ago. So this is 4 months ago. I want to show you the consistency of Kasongo bye-bye. Nataka kuonesha consistency in Meru. Yeah, this is 4 months ago. Na niwaonesha even the volume has become more louder. This is 4 months ago. Hii sio sahi, hii ni 4 months ago. Na ujue hii Kasongo bye-bye ikitokezea au unaenda. Wameru ndio wanasindikizanga mtu. Ukisikia Wameru wamekupea hii, wewe ni Ruere. Because ni kama watu wa Western siku hizi ni kama Ruere ni kama iliisha volume kidogo. So we used to know ukigongewa Ruere in Western, story yako imeisha. Now the Meru people have done the Kasongo bye-bye. It was also done the other previous election. Let's see.
Sasa sababu tuko Lare, na kabla niseme mengi, nataka kuwaambia asante sana. Nyinyi watu wa Lare mnatupea heshima, kwa sababu ukiangalia mkutano huu, ile mori muko naye ya mapenzi ni mapenzi ambayo iko juu zaidi, na nataka kuwaambia hiyo mapenzi ndio na gavana tumemsaidia, amemaliza barabara, anatuma Mbeka onobange na motuma enda nyumbani atompeleka tontwara akaratie mabuchu yange ndo kuwatwani motuma akarie mabuchu aende asiende motuma aende asiende Harambe. Mnakumbuka tulikuwa hapa na Kasongo, kweli ama uongo? Sasa dikeria ntobeto nderenda kenda menya ate Kasongo ito twamoliongerie Mount Kenya twena Moturi na Regathi na Brabange tware nabo tomotangasere kumalare kukiwa hapa Kasongo ulimbiwa hapa. Nataka uangalie ile runinga, nataka uangalie TV, sababu tunajua uko hapo kwa mitandao uweze kupata habari kamili kutoka hapa Lare ya kwamba kura ya Meru tena wewe haupati, na nasema Kasongo lazima aende. Kasongo aende asiende. Lare nataka tuonyeshe Kasongo aende asiende. Wale wanasema Kasongo mikono juu watu aende. Na tumwambie Kasongo bae. Kasongo bae. Kasongo kwenda. Kasongo kwenda. Kasongo bae. Kasongo bae. Anda siende. Harambe. Asante sana.
Nataka tumkaribishe kiongozi wetu shupavu, kiongozi wa Igebe North,
Acacia, that was not today, that was 4 months ago. Ya leo ndio noma. Wacha kukimbililia. Tunaenda na haste. Pole, taratibu. taratibu. Now I want to give what happened today. I want to give what happened today. Sababu hata Rigijitu amerelax tu, wimbo imeimbiwa hapo. That Kasongo bye even 1 year ago iliimbiwa. Kasongo. Once the buyers come out from Meru, you are done. I can say the Meru community is one of the community which is razor sharp. So let's have the Gachagua speech and you hear how he introduced that thing, because that was a killer. That was a killer. So Kipurira anaringa anafikiria tutambembeleza. Ni sawa. Let me have I think this one should have.
Visit Greenville. But you might accidentally start a vlog. Kids, dogs, and dinner parties definitely leave their mark. You make the memories. Let us handle the deep clean.
Chama yetu ni gani? Wacha nione watu ya DCP. Bas, kazi ya DCP ni gani? Kazi ya DCP ni gani? Nisikize ground. Nifanye kazi yangu. Hapa Lare. Igembe North. Munasemaje? Lare munasemaje? Watu ya Igembe North munasemaje? Ate mwanauga atea. Ate. Harambee. Wewe Ruto wewe Kasongo. Wewe Kaongo. Wewe Zakayo. Wewe mwizi. Wewe muuaji. Adui ya Meru. Mtu ya Singapore. Mtu ya goons. Kasongo aende asiende. Wangapi wanasema Kasongo aende. Nani aliua Gen Z? Nani alisema vijana wapigwe risasi mguu? Nani ameleta wizi ya ng'ombe? Nani ameharibu miraa? Nani ameharibu masomo? Nani ameharibu matibabu? Nani amepora mali ya Kenya? Nani adui ya Wameru? Aende asiende? Wangapi wanasema aende? Mimi nataka niseme nikiwa hapa Lare. Igembe North. Wewe Kasongo. Shida yetu na wewe ni moja. Tulikuchagua ukatuahidi utamaliza wizi ya ng'ombe. Hapa Igembe North watu wa Igembe wanauawa kama kuku. Mpaka leo watu 147 wameuawa. Ng'ombe 12,000 zimeibiwa. Mbuzi na kondoo 1500 imeibiwa. Watu wetu wameuawa. Na wewe hakuna kazi unafanya. Wewe unasema unaweka usalama Kenya. Hii waziri yako ya guns kuliko akuja hapa ang'ang'ane na majangili. Kazi yake ni kufanya siasa kwa mikutano. Kwa sababu ya hiyo Kasongo, kwa kushindwa kulinda watu ya Igembe, wanauawa kama kuku. Lazima uende nyumbani, lazima aende nyumbani. Aende asiende? Aende asiende? Sisi tulikuchagua, ukachukua Biblia, ukaapa ya kwamba utalinda mali na utalinda maisha. Hapa Igombe North watu wameumizwa sana. Haya, bye bye. Sisi tuliku
hapo unasikia wimbo ilikuja is like Gachagua alisikia the momentum in the people na ikabidi tu usher in the song because he knows the power of that song. Go ahead.
Kuchagua.
Ndio sasa hata Ruto akienda Meru hawezi enda ati anaimbisha hiyo wimbo. Hiyo that's the revolution song in Meru. Ujue sasa Ruto hana kura hata moja Meru sasa. So hata hiyo jinga ya Mount Kenya West and East is dead on arrival. So it has already been decided. Go ahead.
Ukachukua Biblia, ukaapa ya kwamba utalinda mali na utalinda maisha. Hapa Igombe North watu wameumizwa sana. Haya, bye bye. Kama kuna watu wameumia kwa serikali yako, ni watu ya Igombe North. Binadamu hapana kuku, mwili ya binadamu hapana mnyama. Watu ya Igombe North wanauawa hapa kama kuku ama mbuzi, na wewe umenyamaza ati unasema ati unaweza pewa kura hapa na watu ya Igombe North. Mimi nakwambia Kasongo, wewe umegusa live wire. Ile damu imemwagika hapa Igombe North ndio itapeleka wewe nyumbani. Umemwaga damu ya Waigembe, ng'ombe zao zimeibiwa, wamama wameuawa, wazee wameuawa. Kila mtu hapa anakaa na uoga na unajifanya ati wewe ni president ya Kenya. Wewe ni president ya saa ngapi? Akwende. Sema akwende. Akwende. Mimi nasema, natangaza hapa watu ya Igombe North, naomba mwaka ujao mkikubali munichague nikuwe rais wa 6 wa Jamhuri ya Kenya. Na mimi nikiwa mtoto yenu hapa nyumbani, kazi yangu ya kwanza ni kuweka kambi ya jeshi hapa na ya GSU na ya Ad-Hoc Theft Unit ya kumaliza hiyo ujinga ya kuua watu na wanyama kuibiwa. Harambee! Kasongo hadi asiende. Namba 2 Kasongo, tulikubaliana nawe hapa, mimi nilikuleta hapa. Ukaahidi watu ya Igombe ya kwamba utainua, utaimarisha biashara ya miraa. Ukafika pale ukatogeuka. Hiyo biashara ni yako sasa. Mkiwa na Aden Duale mnaumiza wakulima wa miraa. Harambee! Nataka I put your notice. Tukichukua serikali mwaka ujao, wewe na watoto wako na Duale tutaondoa nyinyi kwa biashara ya miraa, turudishie watu ya Meru waendelee na biashara yao. Harambee! Harambee! Ya 3, kazi yako ni uongo. Ulikuja hapa ukaahidi barabara. Kuna barabara amejenga? Ukasema utaweka stima. Kuna stima ameweka? Ukasema utaweka maji. Kuna maji ameweka? Ni muongo si muongo? Aende nyumbani asiende? Wangapi wanasema Kasongo aende? Ya mwisho ndio niite viongozi wetu. Wewe Kasongo, shida yetu na wewe ni wasaliti wa jamii yetu. Umeshikana na Wameru hapa, umesaliti sisi. Huyu mjumbe hapa anaitwa Taitumu, ni mtu bure. Huyu mjumbe anaitwa Taitumu, anashughulikia tumbo yake. Kazi yake ni kupula pesa kwa Kasongo. Watu wakiumia hapa haziongea. Haya, Taitumu, bye bye.
Check this out. I'm going to show you how I afforded this car. Okay, you ready? All right, $118 for car insurance. That's how much I was paying. Okay, I picked up the car.
Ni bure si bure? Ni bure si bure? Serikali ilitoa pesa ya kurudisha ng'ombe, ukapatiwa ng'ombe 800, ukuja urudishie hawa. Hizo ng'ombe ukauza, hizo ng'ombe utarudisha, hizo ng'ombe utarudisha wewe. Harambe, harambe. Serikali ilitoa milioni 40 ya kufanya compensation ya wale watu wameuawa hapa. Hiyo pesa Taitumu umekula. Mwaka ujao utarudisha hiyo pesa tukichukua serikali. Harambe. Taitumu ni msaliti si msaliti? Ni bure si bure? Aende asiende? Wangapi wanasema Taitumu aende kabisa? Na mimi naomba msamaha. Watu ya Igembe munisamehe. Mimi ndio nilikuja hapa nikaangusha Maore. Munisamehe. Naomba msamaha. Naomba msamaha. Kama Maore angekuwa mbunge, watu wetu hangeuawa akiwa kwa kiti. Kweli ama uongo? Maore ni dume si dume? Ni mwanaume si mwanaume? Arudishwe asirudishwe? Apewe asipewe? Wangapi wanasema Maore arudi kwa kiti, arudi kwa kiti? Harambe. Nitoiguidhania. Maore achoke. Arudi bunge. Nikisema Maore mnasema bunge. Maore. Wewe mheshimiwa Maore. Mwaka ujao wa kurudisha bunge. Ukuja nisaidiana na wewe. Kwanza huyu Taitumu tufunge yeye aende jela kwa kuiba mali ya watu hapa. Aende jela asiende? Ni mwizi si mwizi? Wewe Taitumu umehangaisha watu ya nyumbani. Hawa watu walikuchagua kwa upendo. Wakamwangusha Maore. Wakakupatia nafasi ya uongozi. Wewe umeshikana na Kasongo kuumiza watu ya nyumbani. Watu unauawa kama kuku na umenyamaza. Unapewa pesa uletee watu unakula. Ukipewa ng'ombe unauza. Wewe ni aibu, umeaibisha watu ya Igembe. Harambe. Harambe. Mimi nikiwa kiongozi wenu, huyu Taitumu akipata kula 2000 mtaniaibisha mimi. Mtaniaibisha kwa sababu ametukosea. Itakuwaje wewe ni mjumbe? Watu na uwawa kama mbuzi na umenyamaza. Watu wanauawa kama kuku umenyamaza. Ni bure si bure? Ni bure si bure? Mimi nasikia uchungu sana nikiwa mtoto hapa Meru ya kwamba mjumbe alichaguliwa na kura amenyamaza, watu wakiuawa kama wanyama. I feel a lot of pain nikiwa hapa nyumbani, na mimi nasikia vibaya sana. Na huyo Taitumu mimi sitaki hata kumuona na macho, sitaki kumuona, si ndio? Ni bure si bure? Aende asiende? Maore arudi asirudi? Si Maore ni mwanaume? Maore ni mwanaume si mwanaume? Mimi naomba sasa mchunge Maore hapa nyumbani. Mtamchunga? Nataka munipatie Maore sasa nitembee na yeye Kenya kutafuta kiti ya rais. Mumenipea Maore? Mumenipatia Maore? Nitembee na yeye kabisa. Roho safi. Mtamchunga hapa nyumbani? Harambe. Harambe. Wacha niseme kitu kimoja. Huyu Kasongo ametuma Aden Duale, ametukana sisi watu ya Mlima Kenya. Amesema ati wa Meru na Waembu na Wakikuyu ati ni fisi. Ametukana sisi ati ni fisi. Wewe Kasongo umetuzoea. Tunakwambia umesema sisi ni fisi. Tumekubali. Hao mafisi ya Igembe mwaka ujao wataamka mapema, watakula wewe, watatafuna wewe na watameza wewe uende nyumbani. Kasongo amezwa simezwe, aangaishwe siangaishwe. Mimi nimeshukuru sana watu wetu walale, nitakuja tena na tena. Wacha nione watu ya DCP, watu ya DCP.
Yeah, I can see Kagiri is here. Yes, so nashukuru because it's really amazing for what is happening. So Kasongo, I think Kasongo has been he has a consolidated ground, by the way. And for the first time, I think I have seen somebody under siege again. And I don't think Ruto will be able to manage this electoral cycle. And I think, Roberto, you have been always right, like, Ujamani come at a thing point, Anna. It looks like that. Yeah, because he has no survival tactics moving forward. So there is a lot of problems for Ruto, which we should celebrate. And you can see siku hizi kila kitu chochote ambacho wakereketo wa Ruto wanasema, watu wa upinzani wanaitumia kumurudisha. Tomorrow I'm hearing there is a very big interview. Hata Kagiri ametuambia there is a very big interview for Sifuna. That interview we should highly look at it. I think that your interview as Sifuna, it will be the marketing point for Sifuna. So Sifuna has to prepare very well for that interview. I hope he comes with a lot of hope for Kenyans, which he has already shown. So tomorrow actually has put Citizen as one of the most popular TV in Kenya. I think your interview at Kesho, it has potential to actually officially show who Sifuna is in Kenya. I expect serious views from it. I project close to 1 million views Kesho for Sifuna. Once Citizen releases that interview to the media, I expect 1 million views and above. Yeah, because there is enthusiasm and expectation from Sifuna, and it is coming naturally. So I thought that interview was today, kumbe nilikuwa tunafuatilia zile interview mzee za Sifuna, and I think Sifuna has been climbing. So nasikia watu ya ODM wana focus, wanasema wanataka number 2. And that is something which we should also look at carefully. ODM wanataka number 2. Let's listen in. Ujua ODM hii demand wanapea UDA is mission impossible. I think ODM are looking for divorce. Unajua saa zingine ni vizuri kusemanga tu kweli. Hizi vitu ODM, hizi vitu nimesikia ODM wanaambia Ruto awapee is impossible. Sijui 10 cabinet position DP how? So wanataka kutoka. Tukue tu kweli.
Anaitwa Wycliffe Ambetsa, ndio amenialika. Mheshimiwa Waziri, unajua hapa tuko pia na mbunge wetu anaitwa Mr. Ndakwa, pia ametualika hapa. Jana nimesikia huko Kitale wengine wakiimba tawe, ati wanasema Oparanya tawe, Musalia tawe, sijui ODM tawe. Mimi nauliza watu wa Malava, si waliimba hiyo wimbo hapa?
Finally Muringi umekuja.
Unataka uchokoze sahi ama nitoke?
Kwani nikikuchokoza shida iko wapi? Sasa kwani wewe ni demu unataka kuringa kama akina Acacia? Maringo ya akina Acacia na akina Ann. Wewe ni real stuff.
Kama niko mrembo sasa shida yako ni nini?
Hakuna wewe. Nani kwanza tuletee story ya Turkana na West Pokot. What is happening in West Pokot? Because unajua I'm preempting you because hizo ndizo zile vitu unani preempt. Hadi mko serious, hadi mko na ofisi West Pokot. Hebu share those images hapa nioneshane. Hiyo images ya PLP West Pokot.
We're going everywhere bana. No, all parties are going everywhere. That is why I don't understand why.
Acacia, can you imagine ati Kiprila na share na mimi photo ya coordination meeting ya PLP in West Pokot? You need to share with me a PLP meeting in Embu and Kirinyaga, okay?
Sasa situcha tuzungumze hiyo kitu, hiyo ni ya DCP.
Oh, so mumeamua kuenda West Pokot huko?
Bana tukuamua. Ndio tunataka kunichokoza ama nitoke hapa bana.
Haya ni sawa basi.
Sisi ni united opposition ama
No, I don't refuse, we are united opposition. Unajua ni vile nimeona yani mumeamua praise Noma bana.
Why not? Who likes Ruto? Let me ask you, who likes Ruto?
Si pengine uniambie. Anyway, help us. You can navigate through Kasongo bye. What did you see in Meru today? Kindiki lamentation.
Congratulations.
Ati una news. Nikashindo kwani wewe unatoanga news wapi? Ati sina story leo. Wadhone najua hapo ndipo na
kuongea leo bana, nakuja kusaidia, nakuja kunipigia kelele hapa kama mshenzi.
Haya, go ahead then. Nimeacha.
Pala hii.
Nimekupea time ya kuringa sasa, endelea. Na utuletee madha hapa bwana.
Itianza. Unaona mjamaa ameacha kusema mbwekse. Kuna tutam.
The other day alisema Ruto.
Kuna mtu alifanya mix nyingine hapo na
mix. Ruto.
Kuna mix nyingine, hata kuna nyingine hapa ya Oburu.
Hata Oburu amechanganya hivyo.
Oburu sijui juzi alikuwa amesema sijui, why are we blaming the IG? We should blame Ruto. Ruto is the one that says thank you to the police.
Unajua mimi niliachana na Mr. Ngo akisema we need a benevolent dictator.
Sasa
rais help become a benevolent dictator.
Mpaka wanamuitanga chairman, hata si party leader, chairman.
Anaita Ruto?
No. Sio mzee anaitwa chairman. Sasa party leader mgani bana? Watu wanasawa nasema we have a chairman here.
Iko mbaya bana. I didn't think like a party can be this lonely. Yani the party of Baba could be this lonely, man.
No, they still you see there's still some very bad fruits in ODM that now they're taking the direction of the party the way they wanted before, which is what Raila had been avoiding for a long time. Hata kama Raila alikuwa anafanya vitu za vituko, kuna vitu Raila haizifanya kama kuonga watu, yani kuonga wananchi. Anaweza ongana na amongst themselves as politicians wanaweza ongana, lakini you'll never find Raila dishing out money, and you'll never find Raila trying to steal elections. So for these people, they are relying on Ruto's train of stealing votes. So mahali ODM iko wanataka Ruto akuje kuiba na waibie. You understand? That is their plan. So some of them feel very comfortable Na mtu kama Gladys Wanga ajui hata anaweza tupwa. Anaweza mwagwa na Ruto bana. Umesema, what did they say? Ati Junet Mohammed has now come to the way they wanted to negotiate that thing before that old man opened his mouth. Huyo mzee alienda kuongeleshwa State House akapatiwa chai hivi na pesa kidogo, not knowing that you don't make a decision out there. What you need to do is basically come and negotiate as to what the party needs before you continue the broad-based thing. Sasa anaenda huko kwa mkutano ya watu wa ODM, alafu anasema we don't need the deputy seat. Hiyo kiti ya deputy ingekuwa would have been cooking for months right now. Right now would have been the best time to strike, because they would have already been what do you call it, have been insisting on somebody, and that somebody would be preparing themselves to go now. Now they have to start from scratch. Now wamefikiria sasa, now they understand why there was that patience of that old man anaitwa Raila when it comes to negotiation skills. Niyo kitu ya kungoja tu, kutulia, just wait when the time is right and ripe, that is when you strike. Sasa wanasema no, before we can discuss. Sasa what are you going to negotiate with Ruto right now? You've already established that you're weak. So what are you insisting on? At that point in time, when Sifuna was still part of the party, when Babu Owino and all these other people were part of the party, that was the point that was when you hit that iron. Unasema sasa tupatie BP, tupatie A, B, C, D, nini hivi. Then by then you'd have had a rival to Sifuna right now. Like right this point in time, Sifuna would have had a heavyweight rival because they have been assured the DP seat. Hapo ungepata mtu wa Central Western, brainwash them then. Oh, kuna huyu hapa anaongea juu ya hivyo, tunaweka Oparanya na zunguka kila mali for months. Trust me.
And historically, is Oparanya a strong politician?
Oparanya can be strong. Don't undermine him. Eh? Don't undermine those people. Luya politics is very sensitive. Eh?
So you want to say that? Are you trying to say that Ruto ameweka Oparanya hapo with hope that Oparanya can galvanize Luya people?
Yes, Oparanya is not small potatoes, my friend.
So you want to say that Oparanya can annex Sifuna?
By the way, you've got to remember that when Oparanya was governor for 2 years, he was the best performing governor. Alifanya kazi. So hata hiyo remnants ya ile kazi alifanya huko Bungoma, it is known. The people know what he's done. He's got remnants of actually working hard. Hata Wetangula, hata ma DVD, Luya politics is very sensitive. Once you give them something and they stick on it, Nivo. That was the problem. So for me, ODM's timing is bad. The people who are in charge, or the people who think are in charge right now in ODM, it is one person goes say something here, another one goes say something like that. It doesn't make sense. Now they're coming together like the left out cockroaches, because they're losing their chairmen. I know the defection of ODM people is going to be faster than DCP. It's going to be way faster than DCP, because the difference between what DCP did and what ODM has done is a big difference, very big difference. Because as far as we're concerned, Wanga, Oburu, and all these people have made ODM become a Luo party. So that is the unfortunate thing. So for the other people, as the popularity of Sifuna goes ahead, people are more forgiving to the ODM defectors than the DCP ones. Not DCP, sorry, UDA. The UDA defectors wako chafu sana. Some of them, trust you me, they are not going to enter that party. People will not accept. It is a big fact. Kuna point of no return. There's a lot of Tugeges who are going to lose their seats. And you know, it was just a plan of Ruto to elect stupid people. People were going to say yes and do funny things here.
And I hope the promise that Gachagua gave to the people of the Mlima and the people of and the Kenyan kwa jumla, bring us good elected leaders, bring us people that we have chosen. So compared to ODM defectors and UDA defectors, ODM defectors will protect, unless Ruto decides to pay all of them now, which is going to be very difficult. Once Gachagua and Sifuna start hitting the coastal region, hapo ni chafu sana. See, Gachagua is coming to the US. He's going on hiatus. This is his last tour, by the way. Gachagua alisema this is his last tour in Central. Utaimwona tena huko, unless you call him. And he promised he'd come, unless he's already said that. So ile moto ataleta huko.
Anataka kuachia Medhu Central sasa. He feels that
kuna soldiers. Si Medhu peke yake, akona soldiers, like proper soldiers in Central right now. It's ready. Hata Kangata can start working for him now very well. Now that is why he needed Kangata to leave Linda Wananchi. He comes and helps these things, and I understand. Nasimbaya, it's not okay. It's okay, because you have to protect the mountain. Eh? We must protect the mountain from that animal. So I can't hear you.
Tulisikia Gachagua akisema Kasongo akikuja Mlima Kenya kesho nakuja, sababu akikuja aroge na mimi nakuja kurogora.
Yeah.
Did you hear that?
Yeah. So for me, I think it's going to be, and I like what Gachagua said, and it's just very important. Hata kama ni kila siku kwa backyard yako, even though you've locked it, manze, Kalonzo, we need to see you every day. Hii kitu ya kwenda kwa board beat, and it's as if these people listen to our show. Because before anybody else started talking about Kalonzo, it is us who talked about it. Before anybody started talking about Gaucho, Babu. Iko nini akaenda kumwita akuja kufanya interview. It's because we see these things politically before anybody sees it expedition. Because we've been talking about Matiang, we've been talking about all this. These people actually need to start showing. Kenyan politics is about perception of popularity. That is what Ruto reacts to, and that is what we want to see. We want to see him shamed. Because anataka wakuje huku Rift Valley. Yeah? Martha Karua was in Kisii today. Akaenda kufanya campaign. Obviously, because of friendly fire, we're allowed to do some campaign there also. Hata sisi tutakuja Central too. There is what you call friendly grounds. Huh? Jubilee is allowed to campaign in Central. We are all like, it's okay. Hawezi tukana mtu wa Jubilee akaenda ku campaign huko. Hata PLPs. We are all allowed to do that. It's okay. The thing that shocked me is when I was Gaucho's interview was 1 hour 55 minutes. The stories he talked about Babu, wow. Babu is a beast, I'm telling you, allegedly. Kuna vitu huo mtu alikuwa anafanya. He banged the table on Raila Amolo Odinga, akasema mzee butoka bana. Let us have, it is our time to take over. Ni kila siku tunakusupport na unaanguka. There are certain, like goonism behaviors that Babu does behind the curtain, allegedly. That Gaucho alisema, and there's a way you can tell whether somebody is lying or whether he's exaggerating a story. Some of the points I was watching and looking at his body language, I could tell he was telling the truth. And then in some cases, I could tell he's adding sugar in it or some salt in it. But by the way the story was flowing, you can tell a lie when it's not flowing. The thing was flowing, and he could go back and repeat a specific part in time to try and to make you remember what he had said about this bit, then come back. Did you know when people are telling a story and then they go forward and back repeatedly, there's some elements of truth. Not all of it is true. All human beings are liars. But I could just tell that guy, that kukosana na Babu bana unaweza umia sana. So that is why I'll always insist, I'm actually praying that the people of the United Opposition, once we give Sifuna, and that's another thing naomba tu, wapatie Sifuna presidency, alafu Nairobi's open games. That is what I hope. Nairobi ikuwe open, upatiwe watu wengine, not Babu, unfortunately.
Sawa. Wacha tukaribisha. Njeri kabla
Wewe, what did you promise me?
Nilikupromise nini? Oh, sawa. Endelea.
Yes, wewe. Wache mchezo.
Ni ile sitaki kuweka Njeri. Ngoja kidogo.
Akesha, you see what he does?
No, sikukati endelea.
Wacha Julia.
Ngoja kidogo. Wacha huyu jamaa aseme there is a very important statement hapa nataka uongelee hii.
Alituambia hii mtu ni mbaya. Hatukusikiza yeye. Tunalia hatuli. Lakini kuna pahali moja Uhuru alifanya makosa na lazima nirekebishe. Aliuachia hii mtu nafasi kusurura hapa akatudanganya miaka 9. Mimi siwezi mkubalia. Nimeamua kuanzia leo. Akiingia Meru, akitoka the following day ninarudi. Si ndio? Saa ile amesikia niko Embu, amekanzo hii ya Meru. Because nilitaka akuje, alikuwa akuje jana. Ndio nilikuwa nikuje leo. Ndio pahali yote amepitia, ninarudi nikirogora ile uongo ameleta. Katibu watu waito.
Kipuri sijui kama umepata hiyo lugha. Do you know what kurogora is?
Unwrap the garbage that was put there. Unwrap it. And that is what Kalonzo was being trained by Gachagua to do. Kwa mwanaume, enda na convoy yako, enda ongea na watu wako. Unaenda unafuruju huko wiper na unakuja kulialia hapo unaumizwa. That is a stupidity thing. I don't think Matiang'i is fine. Matiang'i amefunga huko kabisa, huko Kisii imefungwa huko hata mpaka uwezi shika huko, it's locked. So I know we need to see his face often, you know, we need to see Matiang'i often. I think that was what Gachagua was saying. But hiyo iko locked. Nataka huyu mtu anaitwa Kalonzo atembee nchi mzima bana. Please, kama unataka kufanya hivi, tengeneza pay bill ya bana. Kuna watu watakulipia pesa. Tengeneza pay bill, utembee kila mahali, uongee na watu, uende huko coast. I want this country to be full of united opposition. This tumeenda mpaka West Pokot, we're going to go to Turkana, and that is how it's supposed to be as united opposition. Tunafaa kwenda kila mahali, taka linda ground, chape mjamaa headache, aende tuko makanisa tu kufungua. That is what I want. That is my dream for Ruto. Akwe na headache. Yani kutakuwa na explosive speech in Kisii, kuna ingine inatoka. We have to hit him from everywhere. That is my excitement. And I like what Gachagua is. We kuja ongea shenzi hapa, mimi nakuja kuchafua. And I want the same to happen in with Linda Mwananchi. I want. Sasa nilikuwa nataka, I think it was just because it was a heavy time. Nataka ifike point, if I could, I would tell mtu wetu atawe. Ile siku Ruto anaenda Busia, nyinyi mnaenda Busia, the next day mnatoa hiyo uchafu. Yeah. Wakienda ODM ikienda Kakamega unakuja kutoa hiyo uchafu. And now Kakamega should be the western region should now have an army for Sifuna, an army to protect that area. Talk every day, inafaa kupatia watu ma speech nini. Kuna video hapa sasa, Titmas alikuja the next day, amemwaga pesa huko kama mshenzi. Wow. Live. Ametupa ma bundles of money like it is nothing. He just distributed it like a US rapper. Amemwaga tu pesa. Look for that video. It is so bad. I think I've sent it to you, Njero. Didmas, huyo tu ni kudeal naye. Nataka Waluya mdeal na huyo mtu sasa. Sorry, Miss Julia. I just needed to let it out. Huyo mtu alinifukuza jana, nilikasirika. Ambia chill there, keep kidogo, akanieka hapo kwa.
So, are you interested in Njeri speaking ama unataka tu kumlock tu?
Sasa on Julia, you see, such a bully.
Sasa keep umevaa hiyo picha ya Mother Carol. I need a lot of explanations what she has been up to.
Acha nikutumie sasa.
Na I'm selling a very radical ticket. Na watu wataki kunisikiza. You know what ticket I'm selling, Jiru? Because seemingly my Matiang'i is not so aggressive. I'm selling a very radical ticket, that is Martha Karua Sifuna. Na Kenya itabadilika for good. Kenya will be Singapore in 5 years. Na unfortunately kuna watu watafungwa jera wengi sana, and that is what we want. So I'm selling a very radical ticket. Lakini sasa Martha ako wapi Kip? Because the other day I told Njiru that Martha Karua is a president that Kenya may never have, and they'll miss her because she's so far, na Matiang'i, they are the only people who can change Kenya. Sifuna is seemingly becoming very popular, but he doesn't articulate what Kenya needs. So I am yet to decide that he's the person that Kenya needs right now.
Any diehard. Yeah. I like that.
I am yet to agree that he's the person that Kenya needs right now. But what I know, Sifuna fights for Kenya. He's a fighter. Ako kwa school of ako kwa category ya Martha, lakini hajafikia performance ya Martha. Kwa category ya Orengo, these people who fight for Kenya, who fight for the rights of Kenyans, that is where Sifuna is. So he's a fighter. Kenyans can trust him to fight for them. They can trust him. So that is why nimemweka kwa hiyo top ticket. Matiang'i is a transformer that Kenya needs, the radical transformer. He's also among the only person that can put structures that are working in Kenya. Wengine, I don't know where they are. Matiang'i can put the structures we need. Kama ni security, he can put the structures. Kama ni mashule, he can put those structures we are looking for. Kama ni hospital, he can, without fear or favor, he'll not be afraid of anybody. He will implement what he wants to implement. So if Kenyans decide to ignore Matiang'i because anatoka Kisii, now Kisii, seemingly according to others, they don't have the numbers that we are looking for, I can tell Kenyans they are not very wise people or smart, because Matiang'i will be the president that Kenyans may never have, but they should have had to if they want any meaningful change. I'm heading to Gachagua. Before I reach Gachagua, wacha niongere maneno ya Kalonzo Musyoka. Unfortunately, Kalonzo Musyoka may still become the president because, you see, I used the word unfortunately. Because after we have yapped and talked and said, have had all this excitement, we go back to our tribal cocoons and we start looking at the numbers, like who has numbers. And Kalonzo is very lazy, but the people who talking about tribal numbers may want to lean on Kalonzo because they think he's harmless and he cannot send them to jail. So, unfortunately, do not be surprised next year, August, mukichagua Kalonzo Musyoka ticket. Probably Kalonzo Musyoka, Sifuna, or Kalonzo Musyoka somebody else. Probably. Now,
umeanzia kutoa Sifuna kwa hiyo equation wewe, ati Kalonzo Musyoka or somebody else wewe.
Sifuna tu ako number 2. The best he can do is number 2. Yeah. Carry that to the bank.
The best?
The farthest he can go right now is number 2. Carry that to the bank.
Mathematics combination. Is it?
Yes. That is the mathematics combination.
No. Acha nikwambie kitu moja. Ile siku ya kuvote tutafunga wa Magenex kwa nyumba. Hatoki.
Listen. These people who yap here, they don't even come out to vote. Look at the Okalawa election. They just yap. And then tukianza kupiga kura hawaonekani. I am telling you, the numbers that translate to the table, the numbers that translate to be numbers.
Julia disagree.
No, Sifuna hana hizo numbers until Sifuna will only have the numbers if Wamunyoro decides to say Sifuna tosha.
Sasa now you're going towards Ruto's narrative.
But why are you pretending? That is the truth. Gachagua has to support Sifuna.
And what did Gachagua say today?
You see, when Murara started the same narrative, at the crowds do not translate to votes.
Okay. I would listen to Murara because I think Murara is also working for Ruto, and I don't even like that young boy. But then I want to say this, until the point where somebody like Gachagua says Sifuna tosha, You cannot be happy near say that mko na numbers. Hamna. Why lie?
He semi-endorsed him. He
Hamna.
semi-endorsed him. He semi-endorsed Gachagua.
Yes, if Gachagua endorses Sifuna, then I can tell you that Sifuna will become president. But as long as he has not endorsed him and said Sifuna tosha, he won't. He won't win. He can't win the numbers. He can't get the large numbers. How is he? That's a fact. We need all these numbers. So I said, and you see, I said, unfortunately, do not be. I use the word unfortunate. Do not be surprised to hear that Kalonzo has become president. Unfortunately, why am I saying this? And I'm disappointing you, and I'm making everybody else sad. Because you people, you listen to Gachagua. Why are you trusting his words? What was he saying? He said that that in the unfortunate event that Ruto corrupts the court and decides that Gachagua should not vie for president or kicks him out, that he has been molding youth, about 20 of them, to take after him. Which means that Gachagua may be preparing a youngster. And when Gachagua was saying that, my guess was somebody like Medu. That is what was my guess. And when he was asked, "Will you support Sifuna?" he said yes. But he's been saying, "I want to work with Sifuna. I want to mold him." Gachagua has not accepted Sifuna as a presidential candidate. He has not. So I want to announce here, it will be an uphill task to convince Gachagua to say Sifuna tosha. And if, as long as it doesn't say Sifuna tosha, msianze kusherekea hapa tuko na Sifuna na kuwa rais. Na kwambia, you need the numbers. And so that Robert talks, I want to take all of you to the election of 1992. Penye Moi alisimama, Matiba alisimama, Kibaki alisimama, Jaramogi alisimama. Moi was number 1, Matiba was number 2, Kibaki was number 3, in that order. That is what happens when people don't unite and galvanize numbers together. So that is the most likely scenario that may happen even to the Sifuna. Even as popular as he looks, the best he would do is to become number 3 in the event that they all vie. He cannot even become number 2. He cannot even be among the top 2. So, what am I suggesting? I'm suggesting that I am seemingly, this one may annoy watu wa Gachagua sana, lakini I am hoping that courts hazitakubali asimame, so that he agrees to support one presidential candidate. And I'm also hoping that Sifuna will be in that top candidate, that top seat, that top ticket, at number 2. And I hope Gachagua will see the light of the day and decide to help Kenya. Aseme, we need somebody. We just don't need Ruto out, but we need somebody who will change Kenya, who will put the correct structures that we need. As long as we don't go to that extra mile ya kusema kwamba tunataka raisi, lakini not just president. We want somebody who will be bold enough to say, the police you cannot kill, we'll arrest you. Somebody will be bold enough who will say, mahospitali lazima yafanye kazi. Somebody will be bold enough who will say, shule watoto waende shule, without fear or favor. And like I told you, there are only 2 people, Fred Okemo Matiang and Mother Wangari Karua, who can say that. Even Sifuna cannot do that. I'm sorry for disappointing all of you. Asanteni. Karibuni.
So, Julia, are you saying that before I bring Roba, the courts should not make Gachagua to run? Are you saying? Are you saying, regardless of his case, he should not run? Whether the case is, are you considering the judgment? Because that one should matter. So, are you saying even if there is no case to answer, the courts should pronounce them in the view that they block Gachagua to be a candidate? Is that what you mean?
You know me, okay, that sounds unfair, but let me say this. I have been observing Gachagua in the recent past. Ukweli, anajipiga kifua. And should he be allowed to run, I think it will be very difficult to remove him from running, to prevent him from running. and therefore Ruto will win.
Okay, no. Julia, there's a question which I want to ask you. Why do you? Unajua ni swali na, okay, let me nifungue camera because this one is tough for you. There's something which I'm asking you. We have already said Ruto is not a choice in 2027. Ni swali tu nauliza. Ruto is not a choice in 2027. I'm not saying that Gachagua should be the candidate, but let's assume the natural processes of justice take their course, and Gachagua is exonerated. Let's assume this way. In the unlikely event, Gachagua is also a candidate. Now, this is in the natural event. What makes you to feel that Ruto can defeat Gachagua?
Okay, why I think Ruto can defeat Gachagua is because I do not think the rest of the candidates will agree to be behind Gachagua. And
are you sure?
Yes, and even Kenyans, and I can prove to you, even the most recent polls, they didn't even put Gachagua in the polls.
But Julia, have you been able to start? You know, there is something which is called when an election. Let me tell you, have you tried to stand it? I'm not saying that lazima Gachagua akuwe kwa debe, but I'm giving you an hypothetical case. Can you help me to understand if unajua tukienda kwa debe, let's assume there's no third party. Tumeenda kwa debe, it is Ruto na waparanya wake, and then maybe it is Gachagua na Sifuna wake. I'm just saying hypothetically. We have a binary choice. We have a binary choice, but we have a choice between the two. Even when we have a binary choice, Ruto will still win.
I think the only thing that can save Gachagua is Gachagua Sifuna. But how I feel.
No, let's assume it is not Sifuna, even Kalonzo. Gachagua Kalonzo.
Okay. Now this is what will happen. Ruto is likely to win because I'm one of those people, me personally, that don't feel like we should move from Ruto to Gachagua. I said this in 2022. I knew.
Okay, I understand what you say. So you want to tell me that people, if Gachagua is a presidential candidate, we would rather have Ruto for another 5 years. Na zile vitu wanafanya.
Not that they would rather have Ruto, but the enthusiasm to vote for Gachagua will be lower than Kenyans are excited now. Will be lower.
But I don't think enthusiasm matters because the people who will vote are the ones who produce the candidate.
No. It matters. It matters on who is vying for presidency. If people feel we are jumping from the frying pan into the fire, they will not come out. It matters. Let me tell you. You cannot be realistic. Let me just be plain to you in black and white.
Nataka even as you do that, can you position Ruto's hatred there? Ile chuki wa Kenya wako nayo. Okay, let's say kuna watu wataki Gachagua, that is okay. But can you also hinge that?
Okay, kwa nini hawataki Gachagua? Can you analyze that? Kwa nini hawataki Gachagua? What is the reason?
And by the way, history kuna watu wapendi Gachagua is hypothetical. It has not been proven, by the way.
Okay, now you should ask me because I'm a Kikuyu. Don't ask Roba. You may say Roba ni Mkisia nachukia Gachagua. Ama Kip ni Mkaria nachukia Gachagua. Now ask me because I am a Kikuyu. Listen, let me tell you what I think. And I'm very being candid here, without fear or favor. Gachagua and Ruto are birds of the same feathers. Anybody who walked with boldness in 2022 na akafanya kazi na Ruto, they are the same character, the same behavior. They have not changed and they cannot change. Unaona? Hao ni watu wa mashareholder, my people, my what? They will not change Kenya.
Okay, so Julia, I have one question for you. I have one question for you. Today I want to understand maybe what as a representative ya watu wa Mlima. So there is a ballot. Una Ruto na kuna Gachagua hapa. Chagua.
I may not even vote.
This is the second time you are asking the question. Can we move on?
Yeah, I have already told him. I may not even vote.
Exactly.
Yeah, because why should I vote another Ruto? Njiru, mimi sitaki spendi kujifanya. kujifanya ati ninafurahisha watu, sisi ni watu wa mlima. Hata Uhuru aliwaambia tuachange hiyo kitu. Saa hizi we are complaining saying ati Uhuru alituambia. Unaona, tuachange hiyo kitu. Hata kama ni Gachagua, we know where he's coming from, we know what they were doing. Why should we pretend? Wacha Roba ongee.
Haya, Roba take
Julian, niko na haya hapo 100%. I would. Gachagua akiingia, it's over. It's over for me. Hey, but now is sema ati kindly shut up, but I'm
just kidding you, bro.
Bana nitaigilia Raila sahi ukiniambia kindly. Naingia Raila sahi, Raila.
Muremba alikuwa Kisii. The last time I checked Kisii, na negotiator is not whatever. It's okay, friendly. It's okay. You call it a friendly fire. That's fine. Okay.
Alikuwa Kisii.
That's fine. Sisi namkaribisha hapo. Sasa nana jura amefunga na nini? Ukifunga sasa ndio nasikia vizuri. Wacha ni mimi nataka kuweka tu facts.
Anaenda kulala.
Facts on the table. You can go to sleep. You can, after you go to sleep, you can snore. You can do anything. You can jump out of the building. You can go on top of the building. I don't care. I'm 100% the facts. Let me start from where you guys have left the discussion. I agree with Jerry, what he said. At this point, there's a momentum, and the momentum is in Sifuni's hands. If you want to match this momentum you have as a country, and if you want to go back, if Gachagua becomes the nominee, we are dead. It's over. So you know why? Couple of things. The narrative ya ukabila itakuja. Ruto will sing that one from morning to evening. Ukabila, ukabila, ukabila. The second thing, why should Gachagua and Ruto be there when our country has been in problems and yet, those are facts. The last time I checked, mimi sitaki kwa mkabila and start going into some facts. The first president was Uhuru Kenyatta. He's from Central. The second president was Moi. He's from Kalenjin, where Ruto comes from. The third president was, I think, Kibaki, was from Central. Uhuru Kenyatta from Central. Then from there, he dictator, this conman, this killer called Ruto, is from Moi's tribe. And then from there, when alikuwa makamu wa rais wake, they have diverted. We like Big Chi. I like him. I've come to like him. He has a portion he can pray. But kama kiana at the end, anachukua presidential candidate, it's over, my friends. Forget about it. But apigana when you're I don't know. But at the end of the day, it's just like we are starting from, we want to start from scratch. That's where we are right now. We want to start from scratch. And the good news is, the Kia said he can support anybody if it's not him. And I'm very sure it's not going to be cleared by the courts, because if you look at the courts, the last time I checked, they have been consistent in terms of who, when you've been impeached, what's going to happen. The only thing now comes up is just like people were bribed and the impeachment took place. Like what Junaid said today. Maybe, I don't know there, but at the end of the day, I don't think Gachagua is going to be cleared. Let's assume it's not cleared. What can he do? For me, I think he can support a person who's ready to be a president. Now the question begs, who's ready? And that's where I'm coming with the way I see things. Okay, number one, let's talk about what we have talked here before. All these weeks we have come here, we have said things
tumesema. So sometimes let us go and check ourselves what we said before, where we are right now, and where we are headed to. Let's talk of facts. I came here and I talked of similar candidates. Still, it's there, and I hope it's going to be there. But also, when we came here, we talked about Wamnyoro. We said he's a biting dog. He can be a biting dog, but he cannot be like a person on top of the ticket, regardless of what. That one, for me, it remains that way. But he's a good guy. The problem is, if he comes in, now it will be we will not talk about it. Itakuwa mambo ya ukabila, nani mkabila, nani sio mkabila, sijui nini, mambo vile Ruto, the way Ruto has divided and ruled, the way he has done ODM, it will be the team of the campaign. So it's good to have somebody else than Rigathi. That's one thing. Another thing, let's talk about the one I was talking about, who should be the flag bearer or auxiliary. A few weeks ago, I came here, I questioned Kalonzo. Where is he? Kuna ile msemo wa Kiswahili unasema asiyekuwepo haraka alipo. But also I said, let us be fair with Kalonzo. Do you know why? I said Kalonzo for years, his wife has been sick. And we know that. He told us that. We don't know what he's dealing with. That's why I told you guys. When I came here, I told you guys, Kalonzo's wife is sick. And I said, it's impossible for him to run the campaign, to be a national leader, and when your wife is sick, the way she has been sick for all this time, is something we have also to consider. Why is he? I don't know. I don't want to come here and speculate. But the thing is, asiyekuwepo haraka alipo. Come to Matiang'i. Why is he? Asikuwepo haraka alipo. So my sister Jerry, I heard your feeling. I heard what you are saying. The country has changed. Time kupeana mtu ati kwa sababu ya ni Kalonzo imekwisha. That one's over. Ati ya ni Matiang'i, it's over. You have to go and fight for the country. How did Sifuna come the way it is? Sifuna has been consistent even before Papa died. And because of that, he has caught up, or he has the Kenyan people. Even now, people just feel like, you know what? I have a candidate for the next election, 2027. I have a candidate. So, if you remember, keep Jerry and Njiru, if you remember properly, what was said, even Musalia Mudavadi, somebody has to tell him. We were told, hii mambo ya Sifuna, hii itakwisha, hata hii Kebasumu nasema, hii mambo ya Sifuna itakwisha nini? After 1 week, 2 weeks, atajigonga chini, that's the end of him. You know what? Mambo bado. When it comes to Sifuna. Sifuna has he has caught the imagination of the Kenyan people from west, east, south, and north of the country. And Jerry, when you come here and say Sifuna cannot win, I disagree 100%. I disagree 100%. Sifuna is going to win the next election if atakuwa kwa debe. Do you know why? It is because of when you look at our country, the electorate, when you wanapiga kura, has changed. Has changed completely. Sahi, people, what they want is service. The Orekarai moment. Don't forget about that. That one will go in the history books. The Orekarai moment, or Orekarau, let me just put it there, Orekarai moment. Don't forget about that. So, here's the question, or this is what I see. When it's all done, ask yourself, how do you feel All these people you have seen Sifuna from coast to western, he's going to be on Bay next, and you know you see unexpected, and you'll be seeing Kisumu. You won't tell me all these people. You want to say, oh, that one is hiyo ni kama vile Musali alisema, hiyo ni karatasi ya gazeti chini imewaka moto itasimika, something like that alisema. This thing of Sifuna is going to stay there until the next election. People already have made up their mind. Even before, when you look even the media, the way they were covering this Sifuna before, they were not sure. But now, it's just like, do you know, Sifuna sacked everybody. If you look at the Kenyan news media for the last 2 days, since Friday, in fact, we even don't know that Nani alikuwa Kisii. I just got it from Kip. I didn't even, I'm not even, Sifuna, if you see all the newspapers, you see everything, all the kind of media. It is Obama moment we have in Kenya right now. So, the one thing people have come to like about him, he has been consistent in terms of criticizing this current government. Hata wakati yeye aliambiwa baba akiwa huko being threatened, he never gave in. He never gave in. And guess what? Behind him, there's some young men who are members of parliament who started all this. Some from Kisii, some from Western, some from all over the country. And some of them are joining. So let us not think that this thing is sio kitu ya mchezo. This is ile baba alikuwa anasema River Nile is on the way coming. Hiyo ndio River Nile. Na walisema hata baba alikuwa na watu wengi akushinda kufanya nini. Guess what? I'm telling you, on this we are unity. And I'm very sure I know where Gachagua is headed to. Because sometimes in some vitu hapa somebody Alex ananiita good. Lakini baadaye inakuja tu I was close. Na mimi nimekuwa hapa, nimesema Njiru. Nimesema I don't see Ruto running for 2027 if this one goes on.
Nimekubaliana na wewe. Hiyo nimekubaliana 100%. Huyu jamaa ataanzia wapi?
Exactly. It's just like unajua nafika huko. So what Ruto is waiting? What is waiting? Yeah, nafikiri opposition will come and fanya nini? Wapigana na kila kitu, then from there apate hiyo mwanya. Or if that one happens, he will try his luck. But if Wamnyoro asema najua maigo kando, Kalonzo Musyoka, we have talked about what's going on and other things kando, Matiang'i maybe Makamu, maybe Musalia Sida Konayo, okay, Sifuna Metho, I hope I'm pronouncing properly, or somebody else on the running mate. My friend, Ruto will come and announce to the country, my fellow Kenyans, thank you for serving you for these years, Conman. And from there, I'm not going to skid for second term. Pengine niko na leukemia, ama niko na nini, it will use an excuse. And you guys, have you realized how right now, if you look at it, just see what happened. See what came from Kindiki's mouth today. So what came from his mouth? Hata kina nani wamekuja Obaranya, but we don't fight there. This is not good for UDA. UDA imesarambika. Unajua Mungu ni nani? Mwenye alikuja akasema anataka kuwa ODM, he has succeeded. Lakini sasa hilo ODM now is UDA. UDA, by the way, I'm one person who feels like at the end of the day, Kindiki is going to stay. Because if that one happens, it's going to be embarrassed. Are they going to win? No. I can tell you that. But come and make another mistake the way he's making a mistake. Ruto it's like, yeah, amekuwa kama kabanya sahi. All vitu alikuwa anafanya, he thought that hii itamsaidia. Now, mambo ya Western alifikiri atapata kura kutoka huko. Imefungwa. Wajaruo sasa wameanza kusema tunataka nani? Ati wao na wao wanataka vice presidents. Akina Wanga sasa wanataka hiyo. Na huko wengine huko Junet Mohamed anasema sasa is supporting Oparanya. They want vice president. Kindiki anasemaje? Hata kina Oparanya wamekuja lakini we are not fighting there. That's not good news on the government party. That's not good news. Now here, our topic here, Kasongo bye-bye. When I saw that one, I've watched, it's over, my friends. It's over. The only thing is we want to put a team under Sifuna and somebody else. Then from there, we win the elections as simple as that. Even Northeastern, he'll clean up the whole country. The only question is he going to do what is promised to do? He has not even told us what he's going to do. Most of the things he has not said. But remember what we have been saying, by the way, and I'm very sure they are picking some of the things we talk here, by the way. We are talking about the economy. At the end of the day, it's the economy. It's the so-called Clinton economy stupid. That's a problem we have in Kenya. Will it be fixed one day? No. No. But it's going to be a process. Sasa, something came up here, and I disagree. When Njiri said that because Kasongo was in Busia, that Sasa, no. At this point, remember what Gachagua said on the interview. Kasongo was supposed to be there somewhere in Embu. Lakini nani alifuata Sifuna huko in Western ni Kasongo. Trying to make things up. That's not good, my friends. So at this point, Kasongo is a loser. Na sasa anatuambia nini? Oh, mimi sijaanza 2027 elections, sijaanza kukampeni. Wataniona, tutapatana nini? What are you talking about kama una watu? Hii sio mambo ya kwenda tunapigana vita na nini, unatumia your skills. We are talking about watu kuja kupiga kura. Unaona? Kasongo, by the way, I don't know how you guys want to react. When the Mwananchi and Bengine, by that time, when Munyoro wako pamoja, they will be in Eldoret. They will be somewhere in Kericho. They will be somewhere in Sotik. And people will even be more people ambao watakuja kuliko what you saw in Western Kenya. Guys, this one is big. Maybe, wacha nikwambie what I'm saying. What I'm saying is Ruto, that father is going to divide in two camps. And because of that, it's going to lose real bad. So, hii mambo ya kuona hii not left, hii mambo akina keep. Don't take it very lightly. Don't take it very lightly. People are suffering. Hii mambo ya kusema adi mtoto wetu. Guys, if you are talking about somebody who's in trouble, Ruto is in big trouble. Lakini kama mkiweka wa Munyoro, then from here sasa kidi yake itakwita. Hiyo mambo sasa itakuwa mnamfufua. Sasa itakuwa na kiurafa, atakuwa na anangojea tu. If Sifuna is announced and somebody else in the opposition, Ruto will come and tell us, thank you, Kenyans, I'm going home. And from there, we say bye-bye. What the male people have been singing. And that one's coming maybe by April, maybe by May. April, May, somewhere there. And maybe you try to come up with a team, people can protect him, but by that time, the Kenyan people, our people, would have made up their mind. Like now, they have made up their mind. Most of people right now, they want to see the country in a different trajectory, different direction. New people have been consistent. And that's why the imagination of Sifuna, the imagination of Melv, and some other guys the young people there, I'm telling you, this one is going to be over. And I like Gachagua what he said. He has mentored some people. And one of the people he has mentored is going to be the running mate of Sifuna. Watch. I told you before. Remember what I told you the ticket? I told you who? Sifuna and who? Ndindi Nyoro. But Ndindi Nyoro, no show, no call. Ndindi Nyoro, asiyekuwepo, nataka alipo. I'm pulling him out. And now, I'm one with Medal, or somebody else, or the Kiambu senator. That's my take.
Kuna video nataka kuwachezea hapa, alafu sijui kama Kiprido ndio utaanza, but I want people to don't look at the subject because unajua I know Kiprido.
Tamaliza No, namaliza hii video. It's very early in the morning.
Yeah, let's have this video and then you react to it because Sifuna, no, not Sifuna, Babu Owino invoked Gachagua in it, and I want us to analyze the details of it, and also he also invoked.
Careful with Babu. Careful with Babu.
Wait a little bit.
He
invoked something.
Wana Bungoma, Waluya, Bana Befwe, hii kitu umeletewa hujaletewa? Nani ako na kura hapa ya kupigia Sifuna? Kwa hivyo wana Bungoma, Waluya, Bana Befwe, hii kitu umeletewa hujaletewa? Nani ako na kura hapa ya kupigia Sifuna? Kwa hivyo hatutaki mchanganyiko hapa Bungoma. Tukitoka hapa lazima iwe locked. Wangapi hawatakubali wale wengine kuleta mchezo hapa? Mheshimiwa Sifuna, tutatembea na wewe. Tulianza kutembea, saizi tumeshaenda kwa 16 counties mpaka ya leo. Na bado tunakwenda kwa 47 counties, 290 constituencies, over 1,400 wards, na kila kijiji itakuwa kura, kila ward itakuwa ni kura, kila constituency itakuwa ni kura, kila county itakuwa ni kura. Na ninakuomba Mheshimiwa Sifuna, ukitoka hapa Western twende kule Nyanza, tuombe wale Wajaluo kura, wanakupenda. Tuombe wale wa Kisii kura, wanakupenda. Tukitoka hapa tukiwa Kisii, tuongeleshe Matiang'i, tukae naye chini. Tukitoka hapo twende kule Eastern, Wakamba wanakupenda. Tuongeleshe Mheshimiwa Kalonzo, tukae chini, tusikizane. Tukitoka hapo twende kule Mlimani, tutapata Rigiji. Semeni Rigiji. Rigiji ria. Rigiji ra. Rigiji tibim. Rigiji tiagas. Kule tukifika Central tutapata Rigiji. Eko.
My question, you can hear
Rigiji is dangerous.
That guy over invoked Rigiji. Can you tell me, is it a precursor of a union in waiting?
It is a precursor. No, inakuja. I think I'm beginning to think all these guys should just be patrons of the party. Imefika time watu wachie hii kitu. It is time. It is time. We can't have these leaders wanakaa miaka nenda miaka rudi. No. Rigiji, I think, is moving towards patronage. And so is Uhuru Kenyatta and all these people. Nyinyi watu mmekaa hapa miaka hizi zote. We've got millennial, we've got Gen Z wanatungojea huko nyuma. Julie ataonja usukani siku gani? We're going to have Julie enjoy a bit of leadership and Roba.
Yeah, so do you want me to give you my take and my source? I'm not going to tell you where my source is, but can I tell you for what?
Okay, go ahead.
Okay.
Kipriu unaweza tafuta video mbili tuchezee alafu uende.
Yes. So
bro, that's what he said. Mechoka sana.
Kip, for me at this point, I think what might happen is, by the way, Kip, you are 100% wrong about Bob Owino. I'm not a fan of him. I know what he does. I've never been. I've said it. I've even saw here, and I've come and said I'm not a fan of him, and I don't care what happened. And even yesterday, the day before, I say, "Can we have?"
Did you watch the interview for Gaucho? I'll send you the link.
Yeah, but Gaucho is a murderer. I'm not on to watch that man.
Just watch it.
I'm not on to watch it. I'll never watch it. That's ridiculous. It's awful. It's ridiculous. No. These are the people who are the Ankusha Papa. Let me tell you something. At this point, my friend, we have to be in terms that he's want to win the government of Nairobi. That one is over. Even if you put for him with competition, he's going to cut the day. Don't joke with him. He's going to cut the day. That one, put it aside. Okay. I think these people are going to unite, yes. The unification is there. The one thing I think might happen if let's assume Wamioro is cleared, which I don't think they will clear him. You might say, I want to mentor Sifuna as the running mate. That's what I'm hearing. But if he doesn't, if he's not cleared, then now it's open. It's open, and that's why the Q will also come in and just give him and Uhuru and some other people like this guy from Western, was Kitura, I don't know his name. So there are some people like see the guy, some other guys, so instead of Monday, someone like that, they will come in and try to solve their problem, how they go about it. But at this point, I think the settlement who's going to be struck there is almost kind of known right now. I mean, it's kind of leaning towards. See, the one thing which is going for Sifuna, the real unity, one thing. The Gen Z, the young people, they are recognizing him. They are on registered numbers. On top of that, he has been consistent. On top of that, if it becomes a flag bearer, the Gichi can just say, if I'm Mukabila, for the first time, we are supporting some real candidacy. He's going to support Sifuna. For the first time, we will have history in the making in the country of Kenya. For the first time since independence, other than the two big two, KK, Kikuyu, Kalenjin, whatever, the way people see it, the 112s are different now after independence. It's only history. A royal president from the western part of Kenya. That one is going to give people history in the making. Even in America, Obama has to break the history. Even in Kenya, that's something we are forgetting about it. 2027, if Sifuna wins, it's going to be history in the making. Maybe, I've been saying this one here in Jill for a long time. Maybe that's why we have been going wrong, doing recycling of Moi, whatever, Moi, Kibaki, whatever. Maybe now, somebody now will come in. It will change the trajectory so that we come as a country united and we see Kuonana come up, Kabila, Nini, that it will bring that unit. Maybe from there we can end this corruption. We can end all these kind of things. About tunaambiwa, at the end of the day, when you want to determine, there are some cartels who determine who wins the election. But this time, the cartels with the Kenyan people, if Sifuna wins. That's the way I just said. I might be wrong.
Jerry, do you want to react to that?
About Babuinos talking about Gachagua.
Yeah, and seriously invoking him in a crowd where Sifuna was.
Yes.
Is it a coded message?
No, it is because he needs Gachagua to win any seat in Nairobi. Anybody who is not with Gachagua will lose miserably, will not win. That is a fact. Anybody who is on the wrong side of Gachagua will lose. Anybody who wants anything in Nairobi must be with Gachagua. That's a fact. Gachagua said he's getting all the seats in Nairobi and he means it. You know that he knows he's a fighter. Niambie, Babuino nazaenda Nairobi na kina chama gani? And give me another party that can beat Gachagua right now in Nairobi. Give me another party. Ni Wiper ama ni ODM?
No, unajua ODM ni matambara saa hii.
Yes. First, okay, if ODM was the intact ODM could still be a challenge. Okay? We cannot wish them away. But right now, ni matambara kama umesema. And Babu Owino knows that. So the only person who can get Babu Owino a seat in Nairobi is Gachagua. And let me tell you, because I really think Babu Owino and Gachagua are birds of the same feathers. Gachagua leo watanimeza. I think that the governor will be Gakuyo, and running mate Babu Owino. Because I really think Gachagua and Babu Owino are kind of birds of the same feathers. So that is why Gachagua is saying, Babu Owino is saying Gachagua tear gas. They can cope, but they can do a very good campaign in Nairobi. What are we reading? Hata kama nani anasema ati nani Gaucho alisema Babu Owino ni muuaji.
Lakini pia hizi mawadi ati Gachagua tear gas.
Ati Gachagua tear. They are birds of the same feather. They know what to say. I mean, they are.
No, that was so comical, by the way.
So that is why he's saying that.
So, by the way, that's yeah, Jerry, I agree with you. That has to be a factor in Nairobi, but the one thing I'm seeing here, if Sifuna is on top of the ticket, he's going to easily win Nairobi. I'm talking about Owino. Easily is going to win Nairobi because I'm very sure the Rutherford is going to go with him. The Rutherford is going to go with him. Then from there, if Gachagua now accepts him, he's on the landslide. So he has a very good chance of winning that seat, but it's not somebody, I'm telling you, I'm not a fan of him, and I've said before, but at the end of the day, this Nairobi senator, he has been saying for a long time, and I think from what I know, he has already reached out to Gachagua on this one here. It's something like even before this or what's going on. So that's something also you have to bear in mind, and that's why remember Gachagua was saying he would like to mentor these guys, mentor them, and so. And for
sorry, that Ata Babu Owino, sorry. Do you want to say that Ata Babu Owino could be on the mentorship program, Gachagua?
He said it. He said it. Gachagua was someone the interview. He mentioned his name
across the board, eh?
Yeah, he mentioned his name and Sifuna. He mentioned it. And in fact, that's why Gachagua becomes like now a statement, because he looks now very good, because can you imagine he gives Bob Nairobi Sifuna presidency, then even Amuda Mukabira. How? Seriously. That would become a problem. Yeah, so he mentioned it. He wants to mentor him, and he wants to mentor them. So Gachagua is, Gachagua is Gachagua, by the way. And you see the people, the way they were reacting on him when he was
Robert, very soon, after you'll be a mentee of Gachagua.
He's not a mentor, they all mention. Huh? He might open a school of mentorship.
Hata mimi utasikia nimepelekwa kwa Gachagua School of Mentorship, eh?
Yes.
Ana mentor kila mtu.
The one thing in Jerry I also wanted you guys to react. That's the core part of the interview was being interviewed. Was it from Meru about Rintulia? Why is not, there are some questions the media was asking. That was one of the worst questions they were asking him. And how comes Rintulia is not a secretary general? What? I mean, seriously. That was one of the questions. But he kind of aliwaweka akawaambia, unajua nini, sikia vile alisema, mtafikia hata nyinyi, hata hao watu wenye wanatushika hapa, sio ati nyinyi mnachulikana, lakini wenye wale wako huko nyuma wenye wanafanya kazi ni wale wa cameras na kila kitu. He answered that question very, very nicely. Yeah, he just was, but the way walimuuliza, that was one of the worst questions you ever ask somebody. And quite so and so. I mean, at it in 2 days. So why is he not organizing secretary? That's a very good question. But also, I think they have the right to ask, because you cannot have the leader being him from Mount Kenya and the secretary now is Nathan from Mount Kenya. So you makes it to be a Mount Kenya party. I think I've watched him. I was spread after the election of Karau. He can spread the love with the rest of the country for TCP to grow. That's something now. I don't think he's going to do it. Vile amesema atajungana na Ruto. Si alisema ile mitego aliweka, Raila akiingia hapa anaweka mitego hapa, anaweka hapa kwa State House, anaweka mitego. Now, it's the same thing amesema sasa. Kama Ruto akiingia huko Meru, akiingia wapi, anaenda kwa the foreign day. And by the way, he's going to do it. He's one person ambaye anasema kitu, then he does what he says. So watch on that one there. So at this point, I mean, there's a lot of things to be decided. Let's not get ourselves. But one thing also we asked Ian Chiro, if you remember, before I read the show, remember what we said here? We wanted people to talk about Watalinda Kura, because that was something missing in all the campaigns. But I'm very glad to see that something is being talked to. Wanamwambia yeye atatoa wapi, atatoa wapi, hata akiba ataibia wapi, wapi. Ndio nilifanya huyu jamaa ameshikwa kama kapanya, na unajua anybody who knows is want to join him, you are going to help. And now Kasongo yeye ananuka, hakuna mtu anataka kushikia karibu na yeye. How? I mean, how Kenyans see you at another? Do you know the first time you announce that you unaenda kuungana na Kalonzo? Do you know even people might not even read, they might just think you are when they was him. Now, unajua imefikia after all the Karau ambao watu wanasema unajua nini? Kumbe huyu mtu ni bure kabisa. Alikuwa anasema ataanza kampeni ya 2027. Sasa yeye unajua vile anajiweka. Unajua mimi yani wachiwi mimi ni nani? When you are a killer. At this point utaangalia we have a Kenyan constitution of the people. As simple as that. He's a conman, he's a killer. He has ruined the country. It's time for him to go. And that's why I like it. He goes there through a democratic way of doing things. And when Sifuna comes in, how? When the neighboring countries, everybody in Africa, they focus in Kenya, or Kenya at Chelsea. We define our own destiny. And that's what I'm waiting for, 2027.
Okay, let me have 2 videos and then we react. Eri nipe tu nafasi tu kidogo, I will bring you in, but I just want to have this video so that I clear them in line. Moja ni ya reaction to this guy who called the people hyenas, and then another one is the reaction ya msichana kutoka Meru akireact about your story ya Kindiki.
Because I might get some hyena treatment. I'm even afraid of going to the hospital because I might get some hyena treatment. If Duale, because you have already said that you're not going to apologize, my expectation is for Duale to be a gentleman and resign. Failure to which, in 48 hours, the President of the Republic of Kenya need to fire him as soon as by yesterday. Duale, you just came in with 7,000 votes. You have been given the position of majority leader in parliament by the people that you are insulting. You have done business in this nation. If the hyenas actually go on strike, I don't see your businesses thriving in Eastleigh, in Garissa, and everywhere. If it was not the Mount Kenya people, Duale, you could be nothing. You could not be that CS. We are demanding an immediate apology, And that will not even be enough because you have not shown any penitent or remorsefulness. Aden Duale, umeguza mlima. You have been warned. Wachana mlima. We have nothing to do with you. And please, do not incite the Agikuyu people against the Somali people. We are friends and we do work together.
Kasongo, watu wa Mlima Kenya walimpatia viongozi wawili. Mmoja aliturudishia kama ako hospitali akiwa mgonjwa, kimadharau. Akatumia millions of money to humiliate him. Sasa mwingine ameanza ati anampunguzia powers. Ati he is settling the scores for what Uhuru Kenyatta did to him. Tuende ukatafute Uhuru and settle the scores with him. Ama ukiangalia Kithure Kindiki hivi unadhanianga hananga kwa, si ndio? Unadhanianga alitoka kwa msitu, sio? Akona watu wao na akona kwao. Don't mistreat that one for us. And prof, yakikushinda Kioraro, rudi nyumbani. Rudi nyumbani. There is enough space for you at home. Come back home bana. Watu wakana madharo kidogo kidogo. Juu mtu ameshajua use and dump. Ati juu sahi akuletei kitu is no longer important. Those people fought your battle. Those people insulted their own brother. They went against their own elder brother for you. Wewe kwanza ulikuja kutenganisha boma moja. Sasa yamekushinda kudivide Mount Kenya. Umeanza kututishia vile utapunguzia Kindiki power, sio? Hatugawani, tulikuambia kama unataka kutugawanisha kuja toa damu separator wa DNS. It is the only way out. Or else get creative bana. Kaongo. Mkiangalia Kindiki hivi mnadhanianga hana kwao, you will respect him. Okay? Na kama hamumtaki mtuachie mtoto wetu akiwa na afya yake vizuri venye alikuwa, arudi nyumbani. Sawa? Huyo msijaribu kutuletea akiwa hospitali. We won't take it easily. Meanwhile ni one term. Mafisi watakukula, wakufukuza, wahakikisha umeenda one term. Ndio maana unashinda ukituma vijana wakuje kututukana huko. Kasongo, watu wa Mlima Kenya walimpatia viongozi wawili. Mmoja aliturudishia.
That is the reaction of a girl from Tharaka Nithi. They support Kindiki, but you can now see Kindiki supporters are actually in one term. So maybe before I get Eddie to react on that. So, Bwana Roba, in 1 minute, can you react about that? That's Kindiki and supporters are in one term.
No, so let's talk the truth. The guy is being mistreated right now. Even him, he came forward and he told us, point blank, that, hey, you know what? There's Oparanya, but we to you know, he told us they want to kick him out. He's mentioned, he's going to be kicked out. But here's what I think is, anafanya tu hivi kuangalia temperature na kila kitu, but at the end of the day, I think he's going to be the one who's going to be there, but it's not going to help him either way. It doesn't matter what Ruto does. If I was Kindiki, it's time for me just to move on, because it's true. They reduced what he's supposed to. He's only supposed to do what he exactly did, what Uhuru did to him. This is a man who came in and said, you know, I'll never treat my VP the way Uhuru Kenyatta treated me. Guess what? He has overdone it. One year ametumia pesa kama huyo msichana ametuambia, and then the second one now, because things are not working for him, he wants to kick him out. You know what this guy is? How Kenyans trust him if he takes Kindiki out? From the beginning, he said it was a mistake. But how is he going to take him? Afadhali kama angechukua huyu, unajua kada aliweka achukue papa huyu, na papa angekufa hivi, then he could have had a choice, very choice to make. But now angechukua politics kwa wapi? Lakini akachukua yeye, akachukua Kindiki haraka vile alifanya, whatever he did, that's fine. Na kusema hey, nani wa Mnyoro uswambia 2 months utamsikia tena, walituambia hivyo. But at the end of the day, him being the president, he made a wrong judgment from the beginning, before he came to power. After he came to power, he keeps on making wrong judgment. Then you give him a second term. Sasa hakuna watu wengine kwa sababu pesa ameiba. Yeah, so if let's assume Wamnyoro was a problem. Now Kindiki becomes a problem too because they are mistreating right now very badly. Now, so because of that, he's gone. Regardless, Kindiki stays, doesn't stay. Already people have made their mind that this is a bad man. And anasema 2032 anasema atapatia Joe 2032 Paranya, sio apatie nani na nini. Watu sio wachinga bwana. Sisi hatuendi huko 2032, sisi 2027 clean the house. I said clean the house 2027. As simple as that.
Let's have Eli. Julia, kuna video nitakupea, you react, but wacha Eli kwanza aongee. There is a very powerful video. And imebidi Oburu asimamishwe, ameongea vinoma. Go ahead. Bwana Eli. Eli.
Sorry, I'm a bit busy.
Okay, no problem.
Just continue, guys. I'll join you.
Okay, sawa.
Thank you.
Julia, kuna video nataka kukupea hapa. Uniambie mzee anasema.
But can you play that video that I shared?
Hebu ni react juu hapo kasichana.
Okay,
I don't understand what is wrong with Mount Kenya people. So, ati tuliwapea watu. Hiyo ndio kitu nasema iishe. Tuliwapea watu, tulipea Ruto Kindiki saa ngapi? And now that Kindiki is being mistreated, that we are sympathizing with him. Ametufanyia nini? Amekuwa akitukana. He's been insulting us. Njiru, Kindiki would even have ordered you to be arrested, abducted, and you disappear. You people, you forget that Kindiki alikuwa lawyer wa Ruto kwa Hague. These are birds of the same feather. So what is this thing ya kumurumia? Me, I really don't care. Let me say this. I'm even belong to the school of thought that say that God remembered Kenya when Gachagua was impeached. Kwa sababu hao watu wangekuwa pamoja, wangekuwa tunatutapikia saa hii. So mimi, I don't sympathize with Kindiki. In fact, he should be fired. Endelea.
Haya, sawa. Wacha niwapee mambo hapa. Mniambia kama hii kitu ni ukweli ama ni mtu anajaribu. Hii ni broad based government.
We have been blaming Inspector General for killing. But I think it is not the Inspector General. It is Ruto. Actually, it is Ruto. Because Ruto has severally congratulated the police for doing a very good job in killing Ken. We have been blaming Inspector General for killing. It is not the Inspector General. It is Ruto. Actually, it is Ruto. Because Ruto has severally congratulated the police for doing a very good job in killing Ken.
Mafuta yake. Nguruwe na chikanga na mafuta yake. That's not AI. Mungu anakuja kwa nyuma na mwambia
Sio hivyo.
That was supposed to be that. Hiyo ndio makamu wa rais. Atakiwa kwa makamu wa rais.
It is actually Ruto.
But guess what? He was right. He was right. At the end of the day, he was right. Aliongea ukweli. So ni ukweli. But maybe Earl can just come in.
Eli anasema you have shared the video. Have you shared it to my number? Bwana Eli? I don't seem to have any video from you. Na sioni hapa. So,
Somebody saying it's an old clip. Even if it's an old clip, hiyo alikuwa anaongea ukweli, hata ingawa ni old clip. Sasa kwa jikuje kama aliongea. Lakini sasa I don't think it's an old clip. Ndio naona mtu anakuta anataka kumkumbusha. I don't know.
Yeah, let me show you what happened yesterday. Julie, I want you to react to this. Ngoja tu kidogo. Nataka tu kuonesha hii.
Political rallies in Kenya. Look closely at these images from Kimilili. Look at what is happening right here today on the 26th of July 2026. Normally, political rallies in Kenya follow a predictable script. The politician arrives, the crowd gathers, and everyone waits for a handout. But today, the script was flipped completely upside down. The people of Kimilili are not begging for money from Senator Edwin Sifuna. Instead, they are reaching into their own pockets. They are crowdfunding for him. Ordinary citizens, mama mbogas, and the youth are giving their hard-earned money to the leader. Now you have to ask yourself, what are we actually witnessing here? Is this outright defiance against the current regime, or is it ultimate sign of Kenyan political maturity? Now, to understand how this is happening, you have to talk to the people on the ground. I did speak to some of the mamambogas right here in the crowd. I asked them, how and why are you giving money to a politician in this tough economy? Their answer was brilliant, calculated, and deeply revealing. They told me, with a smile, that the money they were handing over to Sifuna was actually part of the handouts they had just received from other leaders. Let that sink in for a moment. They took money from the ruling coalition's political machinery, and instead of spending it, they pulled it together to fund the opposition. This is not just a spontaneous act, if you ask me. It is a highly sophisticated economic redistribution strategy. The voters are using the resources of the state to finance the alternative voices that they actually want to hear. Now, if you think this is a new phenomenon, then your memory is rather short. This exact tactic has deep roots in Kenya's democratic struggle. Just cast your mind back to 1992. Right here in Bungoma, during the dawn of multi-party democracy, the ruling party KANU flooded the region with unprecedented amounts of cash to buy loyalty. But the elders and the voters created a legendary battle cry, Kula KANU, Lala Fort Kenya. Eat their money by day, but vote for change by night. Now, did it work? Yes, in my opinion, it did. It broke KANU's monopoly on power in Western Kenya. We saw it again recently in Kalau. Voters accepted UDA logistics, took the handouts, filled the stadiums, and then quietly walked into the voting booths and voted for the opposition. What we are seeing in Kimilili today, in my opinion, is the modern evolution of Kula KANU, Lala Fort Kenya. The Kenyan voter has mastered the art of survival without compromising their political conviction. So, is this a sign of things to come in 2027? Yes, I think so. Absolutely. First, it proves that handout loyalty is officially dead. Deep pockets will no longer guarantee political victory. Any politician who relies purely on money to buy the masses is essentially funding their own downfall. Second, it shows a profound shift in political maturity. The electorate is no longer a collection of passive bakers. By contributing to Sifuna, these citizens are becoming shareholders in his political movement. They are buying their own independence. Finally, to me, it is a loud, silent protest against the current administration. It proves that massive crowds are ruling, yes, massive crowds at ruling party rallies are an illusion. People will show up for the money, but their hearts and their votes lie elsewhere. Now, as you watch these notes change hands in Kimilili, remember this. The Kenyan voter is no longer a victim of the system. They have learned how to weaponize the handouts of the present to finance the hope of their future. 2027 is going to be...
Guys, you can react to that and that analysis from that guy. That is deep. Like Sifuna did not very people, akubeba watu. The only thing he did was to announce, I'll be in this place. We have seen the modern times, what Ruto has been doing. Ruto lazima akubebe na akununulie chakula. Two opposite dichotomy. So question ni, will Ruto sustain kupea Wakenya pesa? Is it sustainable for him, like kuwaletea kuwabeba kufanya nini? Atatoboa mpaka 2027 huko. And it looks like the appetite of Kenyans has just gone high. Ama atasema tu forget it, wacha nianguke. Because if Ruto does not pay people, ataanguka jana. Hata si ati by 8. So for Ruto to continue being in politics, lazima alipe watu. Because that is how he has been. All the time he pays. Na unajua ile kitu ambayo umezoea ndio you have to do it. So if Ruto does not pay people, ameangamia officially. So Bwana Roba, as we wait for Eli, sasa Ruto aendelee na kulipa watu ama asome rebu?
So when the first time when I presented here, I said the Karau moment. We go in the history books of what happened in Karau. And this is the continuation of what happened. Before I just add what the guy said, there are facts which he said there, and I agree with him. The Kenyan politics has changed because of Karau. And because of that, if I was a person in the government side of it, I'll be scared. Do you know why? Let me take you back back what Ruto had in mind when he started his first term. So all they did was to share what was to change everything so that they can steal money. All they had to do is just like they have been mambo ya mafuta, nini na nini, or whatever, cash or G to G, government to government. All they had to do is that's what they were stealing cash out of it. And other things, even this mambo ya housing, is they bring the cash so that they can do what? Ruto knew that after I accumulate all this cash, I can be able to do what? To see the election by just buying the Kenyan people. You want to buy the Kenyan people? It looks like it's not going to happen. So far, So far, it's not going to happen. We don't know what the rest of the country thinks. So what does that one mean? It means kuna watu wengine walikuwa wanampakia kwa Ruto because they didn't have money au wanataka pesa ya Ruto until the last minute ndio wakimbie. I think their time has been numbered. All those who think they are owned by the Kenyan people so that they can be voted in, they should be scared now. What people are saying is this clear message. I want something consistent. You cannot come here, give me all this 200, 1,000 during the campaign. Then from there, without no job, you want me to sustain with that one. So that one sends a very clear message. We need a working economy so that if you see what Sifuna is talking about, what the kazi. Now, that's something he has been talking about, and someone like me, I'm very glad about it. So at this point, the message has been sent. So if the Kenyan people, they want to end this thing of corruption, we're talking about corruption in politics, and even AIBC Mali Wako, when they see people contributing to a candidate, and guess what? Like the one fact also he said, you know, some of us we saw the Obama moment. Now, do you know when you do that, the people ambao wanapatia Sifuna pesa, those people will show up for election day, because they feel part of the movement. Let them continue doing so. What will contribute through what? It doesn't matter what way. I wish they would do a better way of contribution. We have technology and other things about some of them they are shutting down. But let them try to get funding from the people. But getting funding from the people, which means they've engaged the people feel part of the campaign, and which means they have to fulfill what they promise. And that one something will never go out of their minds. So people were trying to send also a message to Mr. Atwoli. Not that you think Kenyan people, you don't need money to run for president. What you need is ask the people. And now, our people are defining what it says in our constitution. The power belongs to the people. Sifuna might not have millions, but through the people's power, he can be a president. Simple. That's what every democracy has been dreaming about. Take man out of politics. Ordinary thing. And now the message has been sent very clearly. Or a crowd. This is what's going on because of what happened there. And because of that, now the current government they don't know what to do. None. I was watching KTN. So there was this, Citizen or KTN, it was KTN. I saw there was Cairo, there was this member of parliament from, I don't know, Meru or whatever. I can't remember his name. And there's this young man from Nandi member of parliament. I don't know Nandi. So the one thing I came to realize, something I didn't know, was that whatever the government took there was mattresses in the hospital. They took mattresses from the hospital. They took the shoes from the hospital. So in other words, they stole from the hospital, they went to bribe people. My question now, the question I'm asking, where are the people asking how do they get these products? Somebody somewhere was stealing from the hospital, trying to go and bribe people. Where's the investigation? And that's why we keep on saying, Kenyan, we are dead when it comes to our institutions. We are not independent. This is something we should even follow. We had situations where people are being bribed. Look at this, what the Citizen did, the Citizen TV in Orakarao. They exposed all these cases disputing money. Uko, unawaona. Have they been arrested? No. And that's why I said, I wish some of these guys here, we can say, when we get there, we'll dismantle. Even the DCI, the ESC, and everything, we have to dismantle and start from scratch. We want things which are working. We want the DCI, when such a thing happens, they investigate, they arrest people. Look what happened to the senator from Figa. He was hit. Are those people still in court? All the people in Kisii who throw them, 90 some stones to them, 7 people died. Where are they? And I think we need a lot of things to change in our country. Once for all, let's value the human life, because we have a conman in State House who doesn't value human life, and now people don't value human life right now. That's why you see they don't care about killings. Yeah. So for me, the money you see there, the people contributing to Sifuna, that's okay. That's the motto, but not like the ways. Let's do it in a professional way. We have the technology and other things, but that one will mean people will start campaigning, will fund a campaign. When people fund a campaign, which means they like you, have you, they want to be part of you, they want to be part of what you are doing. So that one's a clear message. And whatever you see here is want to translate nationwide. And when it comes to our nation, now we can just say people funded Sifuna, they voted for him, they put him in the office. Now Sifuna, what are you going to do? That would be a question mark. But we are headed in the right direction in terms of corruption, because that's one way we end up corruption. Yeah? So huyu alikuwa na hiyo pesa yake ya gunia, wana plan na hiyo helicopters sinaenda kuwasaidia, watakufa nazo.
Very unfortunate, sijapata video yako, so I don't know what to do. Jerry, you can react. Unless kama Eli yuko. Jerry, are you there?
Oh yes, nimesahau tulikuwa tumefika wapi. I left a bit.
Sifuna akipewa pesa. There was a very long narrative here. Sifuna alikuwa na
Junet gave Junet said, right? Tindi Junet alisema?
No, not Junet alisema, tumeonyeshwa video hapa ya Sifuna akipokea pesa kutoka
kwa okay,
seriously. Raia wanasema hiyo pesa ni some of the saving which they have received from Ruto. Wakaamua wao hawatakula yote, watasaidia candidate yao.
Yes, that's a very good, that's a change, like Roba is saying. That's a change of the Kenyan, and it is clear that Kenyans can no longer be bought. Olkalao ilionyesha watu hivyo.
And Julia, based on that, do you think now Ruto should just give up with his money? Because which amount of money can he use to convince Kenyans? If Kenyans are getting your money and they are still not voting for you, is it the beginning of the end?
Yes, the beginning of the end, because he will not see the need to use his money. And unaona watu wa Mount Kenya, the akina Ruku, walikuwa wamepangia kuosha Ruto. Walikuwa wamempangia kumuosha last minute. Usikii hiyo story ya kuosha Ruto?
Nani, the famous Kabogo alisema wanaweza kumuramura na wakumagarie.
Ile walikuwa wamempangia muosho. Akina Kafogo, akina Kuria. Walikuwa wamempangia muosho.
Wakumura na wakumagarie. Nitawekea hiyo video hapa.
Walikuwa wamempangia muosho. Huku sikia Ruku akisema ati Mount Kenya is sisi not support Ruto. Walikuwa wamempangia kumuosha last minute. Yani they were planning to grab as much as they can from Ruto. Lakini saizi Ruto ameona, he was using that to build a perception kwamba Wakenya wako na yeye, and then he rigs. Sasa perception alijaribu kubuild Olkalao, but he didn't succeed to steal the election. So it means that building perception is no longer gonna work. Unaona? And Olkalao also proved that people were never even bribing Mbere. Unakumbuka hapa tukingangana kuulizana, yani watu wa Mbere walipewa pesa mpaka wakachagua wa Muthende. It is not true. The bribing was not successful. The rigging is what was successful. So it is seemingly Kasongo anaenda kifika mwisho of what next. And the Kenyans are making it worse. Kama kumtapikia wakichotea kina Sifuna kwamba ile pesa unatupea tunaletea Sifuna. So you saw them giving money to the Olkalao contestant. Unakumbuka wakimpatia hiyo pesa wakimgawia is an insult, like unatupatia pesa tunagawia hawa. And wametukana Atuoli really insulted Sifuna saying ati hana pesa. The evidence is that Sifuna can run a presidential campaign without Atwali's money because Kenyans can come together and raise money for him. That's the evidence. So me, I like the way things are going in Kenya. I guess whether Sifuna becomes president or not, we are going somewhere. I'm so excited. Let me say that.
Let me ask a question now before maybe I ask him. Can you buy, because in most developed countries, money, when you don't have money, you will not be able to buy ads like on TV, radio. So if it was Citizen or KTN, if Sifuna had money, can we buy airtime, maybe about the route where all these things are going to attack? Even though KTN is doing it for us for free, but can we buy airtime so that somebody can dismantle him? Everything, every ad, you pay for airtime, route or whatever he has said before, now what he has done. We keep on reminding people. I mean, I hope that's where we are going. If that's the case now, kama mtu ambaye waja tuambie what Sifuna has done wrong. Now his money can use the money to buy airtime. If that's because he has been successful. Waja weka ukasema mimi nimejenga hii nyumba, nimefanya hii. That's the only way now he can use his money kwa sababu watu wamekataa pesa. So the only way is now what you can do is to buy the airtime. Like other developed countries, which does not work in Kenya at this point. So the only thing, if that one works, in Fox, the Sifuna and other people, they have money, which they can buy airtime in every media house and say Kasongo is uongo wa Kasongo, or what he promised from the beginning where Aliwa chances every night until election, it will be done. It will be done. But I don't know whether we can go that way before this. We can buy airtime. I mean, that's the money. If that's the case, then we are fighting on the airtime. Now Sifuna would have a disadvantage. But now, because Kenya politics is not on airtime, on TV and the radio, and that's where maybe now it looks like Sifuna is doing the right thing. But at this point, I think we are headed in the right direction. But I wish we can fund him and we can buy airtime on TV, both whatever, KTN, NTV, whatever, K24. Then we put there Kasongo, what he has right. Unamuweka huko ABCD. Bila alisema kila tarehe unamuwekea what he promised and what he did. Ahezi rara. Kama KTN ilimuwekea hivyo.
I think Roba, PGR is wrong because anasema ati Sifuna will wither the way akina Murara waliwither Kasamu na Matiang'i. PGR, you are wrong because Sifuna has been stable. Nitakuwekea video ya Sifuna hapa the last 4 months. Yeah, there has been some steady enthusiasm about Sifuna. Murara Kembaso did not even stay for 1 month.
He was enriching himself. He was not running for office.
Yeah,
he was enriching
I think PGR on this one you are wrong. I don't think
that's wrong. Don't compare the garbage he was doing with Sifuna. Sifuna is running for office. People are saying he cannot win because he doesn't have money, and the people have come and said, you know what? If you say that, they want to react. So at Morara, useless.
Sawa. So let's have nataka musikie hii video. It is very telling. Julia, hii video ni yako. Ni wachanue hawa.
Niwachanue hawa. Jameni, Mheshimiwa Gachagua na ndugu William Ruto, my namesake. Tusipotekeleza maneno tumesema hapa na Kiambu na kwingine 47 forums, tusipotimiza, hakuna watu watafukuzwa kwa serikali haraka kama sisi. Na mimi nataka nirudie, hakuna watu watafukuzwa haraka kwa sababu wa Kenya siku hizi ni wajuaji, kuwapeleka nyumbani one time. Niwachanue hawa. Jameni, Mheshimiwa.
And I want to hit that one with Bwana Nani, I want to hit that one with today I've agreed with Manyora. Manyora has said the next Kenyan president, kama hatafanya, sijui na watu waende wasikilize hiyo speech ya interview ya Manyora. Manyora amesema the next Kenyan president hako kwa shida. Huyo sasa hata akiingia hapo ati anafikiria even Sifuna should be prepared for this, Bwana Roba. Sifuna should understand.
Alisema kama ni Kalonzo has finished even 1 year in office.
Yeah. So what Manyora, and I agree with him. Manyora amesema Kenyan stakes have been taken high. Wa Kenya hakuna desturi ati unawaambia tunajipanga. Kenyans want immediately, they give you power. Instant results. So we are at that level. Kidogo na ile akijipanga. So nataka kuonesha how the history ya, I want to tell you, saa zingine somebody might joke and na kuchimbie your own grave. Nataka muone hii joke ya hyena imefika mpaka shule. Kidogo.
Yes. Yes. What do we call a hyena in no? Yes. Yes. Eh? See the jina? Yes. Yes. Like that. Haya, in Kikuyu? Iti. Eh? Iti. Hiti. Hiti. In Kalenjin? Kalenjin? Yes. Eh? Kima? Kimangetiet. Kimangetiet. Haya, in Luya? Eh? Na? Namoyo. 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 Kaba? Kaba meta haina chao? Meta mbiti? Asi? Kama kwenye kumanu. Mbiti? Eta mbiti? What do we call a hyena in no? Yes? Ondiek? Eh? See the jina? Ondiek? Ondiek. Like that. Haya. Iti. Yeah? Iti. Hiti. Hiti. In Kalenjin? Kalenjin? Yes? Eh? Kima? Kimangetiet. Kimangetiet. Haya. In Luya? Eh? Na? Namoyo. 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 Kaba? Kaba meta haina chao? Meta mbiti?
So nataka kujua kama mumesoma. So Bwana Roba, hyena in Kalenjin is called what?
I don't know. Bitini wasema ni
I really wanted you people mujue.
I know that. I know Ndiek Kijarua. I know that.
So, Jerry, what is the name of a hyena in Kalenjin? Musiko mumeangusha hiyo.
Sijasikia, nimesikia tu biti.
I have to repeat it. Hakuna vile mnaweza kuwa amjasikia kimnyangatiet something like that.
Kimnyangatiet, I don't know kimnyangatiet.
This thing you have to listen. So I need you pick the name here.
What do we call a hyena in no? Yes?
Yes.
Yes. Eh? See the jina? Ondiek. Ondiek. Like that. Haya, in Kikuyu? Iti. Yeah? Iti. Hiti. Hiti. In Kalenjin? Kalenjin? Yes? Eh? Kima? Kimangetiet. Kimangetiet. Haya, in Luya? Eh? Na? Namoyo. 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 Kama? Kama meta haina chao?
Julie, I gave you a second chance. What is the a hyena in the Kalenjin?
Kimoyo moyo.
Now I'm gonna get
Njiri wacha kunisumbua.
So that is how that's in the politics.
I saw some musicians, I think the Kikuyu musicians here wakiweka hiyo siwa waliweka hiyo juu ya hiyo hyena.
That's what I'm telling you. Can you imagine ile kura Duale ameharibia Kasongo just because of that?
No, this one started with this guy from Mombasa.
Huyu matako kubwa.
Yeah, more than that, double matako.
Unafikiria mtu anakusaidia kumbe anakumaliza kabisa because hata Waiguru wamefiumu vibaya sana masaiko bantu wa Ruto.
Njiru, you know, this was a gift. A gift, wherever is from Mount Kenya want to be supported. It's just hiyo, that's enough. Wabia unajua nini? I can't take it anymore, this nonsense. I quit. Anaenda. Lakini wanafikiria huko wengine wanakuja wanasema needed and they have to apologize. Apologize for what? Yeah, in fact, tena anakuja anasema kusema kitu. I think unajua that it's by design. That's what Ruto anataka afanye hivyo. That by design. Nikwambia hii kitu imeanguka. Hii hakuna UDA. Hii imeanguka. Ati wanataka kutumia ukabila.
Let me tell you something else which is happening in Mount Kenya, Bwana Roba and in Njeri, so that you can understand. Do you know that Gachagua has explained that Ruto is under siege from some guys? Kuna huyu jamaa anaitwa Wamombi na bibi yake, the woman rep of nitatafutia video, the woman rep of Murang'a. Woman rep wa Murang'a. Do you know that woman rep wa Murang'a, immediately they lost Orokarao, Ruto refused to pick their calls. Kabisa. Ruto refused to pick their calls. So, Gachagua was saying that huyo woman rep wa Murang'a aliandikia ati Ruto message inatoshana hivi na akamwambia, if you don't pick my phone today, utaona breaking news wa Monyoro. and so Wamonyoro was like so sasa Wamonyoro anaambia Ruto usisumbuliwe na hao hatuwezi chukua. So so what Gachagua is saying is that kuna watu wamehold Ruto at hostage ati dhuru jina yake ati wakitaka pesa kutoka kwa Kasongo ati wanamutishia wanamwambia usipo the reason why even in Orokarao Ruto gave a lot of money, it is because he was under duress. Hata majamaa anasema ati usipotupea 1 billion utatukuta Wamonyoro. So nikashindwa sasa.
By the way, you were talking about Sifuna na ile mambo ya, in fact it's going to save Kasongo some money ambayo alikuwa naiba kwa sababu sasa nani atataka kuchukua pesa yake? They want the money, but is he going to give the money to who? Ndio kuwafanyia nini sasa? I want to compare who are they going to bribe? Hii money inatoka is going to bring the money out, but the money is going to be against him. Man, thank the Kenyans people. This is for the best we give the candidate. That one happened in Olkarai, by the way. Yeah, the best ambayo walikuwa wanaweka hapo na wanapatia the candidate, and that's how they lost. And it's, it's beautiful now. It's very beautiful to see such a thing happening. Kwa sababu tatu Kasongo hata brand wanted to buy everybody. Atafikiri hiyo pesa angenunua kila mtu. Kenya ndiye asinde kura sasa. Anatuambia, so my question is, yeye amefanya nini since he came in? Let us tell us. That's how you define your politics. Look, nikafanya hii ABCD, nikachenga hii, nikafanya mambo ya housing na hiyo pesa amechukua. By the way, I saw somebody was analyzing Gakuyu was, I don't know this guy, in fact on KTN, he said one of the things wachukua pesa mpaka saa hii hata wajua fanyia pesa na hii mambo ya housing. Hata hii mambo ya housing imekwama, they don't know what to do. Unajua wachukua pesa wanajinunulia mchanga, cement and everything from themselves so that hiyo pesa ndio wangewekea campaign. That's what they had their plan. let them bring the money. Tulisema hiyo pesa yote itaingia mkono ya Wakenya na itakuliwa na watashindwa kula. As simple as that.
Jiro, unaona ulikuwa unasema ati wanaenda kuthreaten Ruto. Walikuwa wamepanga kumuosha. Ile muosho Kasongo alikuwa amepangiwa. Na kina anaitwa Betty Maina, maana anaitwa nani? Huyo mama. Na kina Wamombi. Na kina
Gachagua alikuwa anasema wanatumia jina yake ati wanaenda huko kusema ati usipotupea hii pesa tutaenda Wamunyoro.
Walikuwa wamepanga kuosha Ruto. Saizi Ruto amekasirika. Si unaona Ruto nani ameenda in hibernation kule mpaka akasema he will not vie for anything in Mount Kenya region, amewachia hizo vitu zote, all those seats Gachagua. Walikuwa wamempangia hata saa hii Ruto anisikize tu, hata kama simpendi he can take my advice. Walikuwa wamempangia mwosho. Na alikuwa najua anaenda. So they wanted to get as much money from Ruto as possible. They are thugs. I'm telling you, they are thugs. They're just thugs, these politicians from Mount Kenya region.
The Wamchomba message ambayo aliandika si yake, that message I think somebody I saw it, there was something there, I think it went forward. Now ndio wanaanza kukimbia sasa wakati imewaka wameana. You know what, these are some people should not even be allowed to get near. Waende just lock everything. They should not even be allowed because about they are not trustworthy. Don't trust them. So having said that, I think also we should go beyond. And that's what I think the United Abortion have to do. So they have to go beyond some of the, who want to attack the left family. You want to dismantle the left family. By doing so, wakishikilia left family, it's over. It's over. Yeah? So they have to continue to dismantle, waende, kama hii, this change bwana. Hii wakienda Eldoret na ichukue watu kama hii what you saw. Unaona? Ndio naona hiyo nani anasema ati ni AI. Ati ile picture ya Sifuna ni AI. Ati ndio wanatumia Cherengei. No. So unajua people around Ruto, they are the most worst people. So kama huyu nani amesema ndiye alikuwa anatishi hiyo pesa ya Senate when they impeached Wamunyoro, at hiyo Kericho senator, sure anaitwa nani, I don't care about him, Cheriot. Then now mwingine hiyo ambaye akona kichwa kubwa anasema ati watu wanatumia AI pictures kutakanya watu na Sifuna is Western. What the cows will come home. Things are just going nice. But when the things come home, the cows come home, they will see the truth of the Kenyans, the Kenyan spirit. At this point, we are united against this man. At this point, they can do, you see the support is getting. Even now, Kalenjin, by the way, waje nikwambie Injili. People who go UDA in Kalenjin, especially the members of parliament, they are going to fail. And kama wanawapatia ticket direct, they are going to fail. Because this gunman is going to even, in fact, even I can see he's going to go to Luo Nyanza. They're pengine anafikia atapata more seats. I don't know. That is true. I don't know what's going to happen. And I don't care about him because right now it's not working. And he's gone. He's gone. He's gone. I mean, people can just say, we are not scared of him. Kwa sababu I trust the Kenyan electorate. Hiyo ndio ilikuwa kitu ambayo ilikuwa problem. You don't know what people are thinking. But now we know what our people are thinking from Karau. You can see what people are thinking. And you can give me your money, but ikikuja kura, nitapigia wenye nataka. They are sending a message, clear message to the whole country. And that's the beauty of democracy now. Now we can say we are growing. No. So at this point, I think the beneficiary is the new team or the new people who will come in. People will just appreciate them. kama walikuwa watu walikuja hapa sasa, ile walikuwa wanatuambia there are some people who decide the election, and unajua ile wanatuambia what the tycoons of Mount Kenya. Then from there we were told that there are some cartels ambayo wana kura, and there are some other people, but this time I think I want to give it to Kenyan people. They want to decide this election. We ataibia wapi? If United Opposition unite, I see want to be a president. How? There's no way. There's no way. Hata kuibo taibaji. So that one would be a big problem. So let me leave it there. I can see my friend Alex is here. So
yeah, good. Thank you,
to everybody. And I think we are on the right trajectory as a country, but let's see where the opposition takes us. And that one is that's only the hope. We just got my house. The only hope is what will the opposition do when it comes.
Okay, good.
Yes.
Eddie, ako tayari? Eddie, are you okay? Your fans are asking for you. As I wait for Ellie, if he is not ready, ili niweza kukaribisha, nataka kukaribisha Bundi na hii.
Jiro.
Jiro. Go ahead. Yes.
Jiro. Mi napeleka watoto London kesho bana. So niwache ninawatengenezea ma sandwiches nini, chakula ndio hiyo. Kila kitu iko ready. On the ferry, tutakutana kesho kwa ferry. 8 hours.
Okay, sawa. Uko kwa ferry saa ngapi nifungue show mapema? Nitumie itinerary because nataka tukue na show uko kwa ferry. Ukikula
the last time
hiyo mikato yako tunakula pamoja.
No, the last time someone was on the ferry, you know, it was that comedian from your neck of the woods.
Okay.
What do you call him? The famous comedian from Meru. MC Jesse. Alikuja huku na ferry last year.
All the way from Kenya?
Alifika kutoka London mpaka huku 8 hours. Wamemweka sijui first class, amefurahi hapo, anajionyesha, alafu nyinyi huwa mnasema tu Wajaluo ndio tunajipendeza hapo. You can check that on YouTube. MC Jesse last year.
In the modern day society kila mtu anajipendekeza siku hizi. So hiyo gist ya Wajaluo ndio ulinga, it used to be a farce. It's not true. Don't take it serious.
Huyo MC Jesse alipatiwa kibarua
na I think alikuwa amepewa kibarua na Ruto ama nini, something like that. Yeah. Aya, ni sawa. I think I'm losing you, but let me have other people. So let me
akapiga makelele kuara hivi stale jokes.
Aya, wacha tupate hii video alafu Budi kama
watafuta chama ya Wilbaru ama vile wanataka kuja kwetu ama vile watafanya, kwa sababu ukweli ni kwamba tangu Olokalau kimeumana kwa hii wajumbe ya mlima wamekwama kabisa. Moja women rep ya Murang'a alileta ile watu walitupiga huko, walipiga watu huko Olokalau, anaitwa Betty Maina. Askari hao wanaitwa Nairobi Sierra waliua watu huko, na rais ikalete shida, rais akakasirika. Hao maaskari wakapigwa transfer, wengine wamerudi, wengine wanafichwa. Sasa nimeambiwa na mtu saa hii nikija, rais alikuwa achukui simu zake kwa muda. Sasa alikuwa anaonesha wenzake message, anaandikia rais, anamtisha, anamwambia mimi ukicheza na mimi nitaenda kwa Rigiji, nitaenda wa Munyoro. Nikienda wa Munyoro mimi huko nitapewa nafasi kubwa sana na nitakuacha. Anatisha rais kwa sababu rais hachukui simu yake. Mimi nataka nimwambie rais, huyo mama ukae na yeye, mimi simtaki kwangu. Ako na damu ya ile watu waliuao Olokalau. Kwa DCP hawezi kubalika huyu Betty Maina na bwana yake. Hawa ndio walitupiga Witima, wakapiga kanisa ya Kristo. Hawa ndio wameua watu Olokalau. Huyu Betty Maina na huyu bwana yake. Hata wakija DCP, kama ndio DCP Peter lazima wakuja waje ianguke. Asitishe rais. Alikuwa anaonesha marafiki zake, anamwandikia message, anamutisha kwa sababu hao watu ya mlima, hawa MPs
wamekuwa wakitisha rais sana. Hata sisi usipotufanyia hivi tutaenda wa Munyoro. Na kwa sababu rais ananiogopa, anashtuka, anawafanyia vile wanafanya. Nataka nimwambie rais pahali yako. Huyu msichana anajigamba amekuandikia message atakuja kwangu.
If you got hit, even if you were not driving, you need to try this.
Because if you were in a car accident in the last year, you could be owed a large cash payment and not...
Wewe kuwa na amani, kwangu hawezi kubalika na siwezi mkubali. Ako na damu ya ile watu waliuawa Olokalau. Yeye ndiye alisimamia askari wakanajisi akina mama. Akija kwetu itakuwa ni balaa. She has blood on her hands. We don't want her.
Hayo malalamiko CS Kipchumba Murkomen alisema muende muandikishe kwa polisi. Mbona hamjaandikisha?
Sasa tuandikishe nini? Utashitaki polisi wapi? Hao watu walipiga watu ni polisi. Utashitaki polisi wapi?
Kuna IPOA.
IPOA gani hakuna kazi inafanya? Siku watu wetu walipigwa pahali inaitwa Gondo huko Murang'a kina Metho wakapigwa marisasi. Ilikuwa reported kwa IPOA 1 year. Nothing has been done. Hiyo IPOA ni watu ya Ruto wako huko ndani. So sisi tunangojea mwaka ujao. Kama unless watuue. Sasa hii Olokalau wewe uliona video. Watu wamevaa mask, hoods, na wako na bunduki. Na ndio hata foreigners wanauliza ni wapi watu wako hooded wanabeba bunduki ya less than terrorist? Because why are police hiding their identity? Why do they travel with unmarked cars? Because they are criminals. Hao watu wamepigwa transfer. They were supposed to be arrested. Wapelekwa kotini. In fact, a senior police officer amenitafuta. They are very bitter. Because National Police Service, huyu Murkomen ameconvert imekuwa a criminal enterprise. Ya kwamba huwezi tofautisha goons na polisi. Goons wanatembea na gari ya polisi. Sasa hao watu walipiga watu Wetima ndio walikuwa Olokalau. Wale wanatembea na huyu Bete Maina, moja anaitwa Humphrey Wainaina, mwingine anaitwa Anthony, mwingine anaitwa William Mwangi. Wagari wako na huyu Bete Maina. Waliua watu Olokalau. Hawajashikwa, hawajashtakiwa. Wengine walipelekwa mbali. Wamelia, wameletwa karibu. Mmoja anaitwa Eric Obiero, amepelekwa traffic Kitengela. Mwingine anaitwa Owen, amepelekwa traffic hapo Mlolongo. Kuna wengine akina Henry Road.
Julia, hizo details umezisikia aje? Hadi majina inatajwa. Can you comment to that details?
Yes, Gachagua has a lot of information that is helpful to Kenya.
Na ujue kama ni uongo, by the way, Julia, you have prerequisite ya kwenda kwa koti.
Na Murkomen alikuwa naye hapa ati nitashika Gachagua, sijui nitashika. Why hasn't he arrested him even today? It's because the things Gachagua says are true. Hiyo nayo tumpe, truthful man. And that is why Njiru, Gachagua has a big role to play in what Kenya becomes in the next political dispensation, because he has so much information with what Kasongo does. That's my take. Kwani Alex ameenda, silikuwa nimesikia Alex ako hapa.
Yeah, Alex was here but he has gone. So Julia, umesikia sasa hata akina Wamumbi wananyemelea DCP.
Wananyemelea, shame on them.
Atu wanatitia Ruto. Kumbe siku hizi Gachagua sababu Ruto ananiogopa, wakimwambia wanakuja kwangu anarespond haraka. I did know that Gachagua would say that Ruto anamuogopa. That is huge. Bwana Romba, umesikia kiongozi wako anasema Ruto anamuogopa?
Which is true, opposite for what they told us when they were impeaching him. The one thing I think we also need more information. And this is something that he has been consistent. And if it's true, then we need to find out what the heck happened. So if there are women who are raped, if they can come forward and get somebody to do an investigation, that's international crime. That's a crime against humanity. If women were raped, that's a serious offense. I mean, I just want to get more information. And if we have victims, where are the women? Where are the women organizations? If there was some rape which took place, that's something we should do take right.
Already mazishi imefanywa, meaning that kuna watu waliuawa. Si uliona tukionyeshwa mazishi ya watu wawili waliuawa huko. So
No,
kama kulikuwa na death,
that one is okay, but I'm talking about the women who are raped.
I don't think wanaweza wekelea there were rape. Maybe unajua saa zingine ni ile.
No, you don't get the point. Nasema,
they don't come out.
Yeah, that's a very serious
They are
offense.
shamed.
And that's why I want, where are the women of Kenya? Where are they? Where are they if there's fellow women who are raped with maybe the police and other people, and nothing has been done because of freaking a by-election? You rape a woman. Well, that's something, that's international violation. That's inhuman. I mean, Kecha was bringing it over and over, and when this goons secretary alikuwa anasema hiyo whatever his name is, freaking useless Pharaoh, anasema, oh, where's evidence? Okay, in fact, yes, but if there's some victims who can come, they don't need to cross their faces and they say how they were. That's a story which can just like it can bring down the whole root of thing right now. If women were raped, that's a very serious offense. I mean, that's very disgusting, embarrassing, ridiculous on the part of the government. Yeah. Well, where are they? I don't get. We had Western investigation. You know, that's not. It's bad, but come on, there's nothing. But when we have
I lost you.
Right.
Okay, let me give you Manyora as I wait for Budi. I'm waiting for you. Nataka leo msikilize analysis ya Manyora. You hear what he said today.
From now, when Oparanya or Wetangula passes in the streets, nobody will know them. Huyu anakaa kama pana anakaa kama Mudavadi. Hapana, ni yeye. And they won't be the first people to go through that phase. Mudavadi, Wetangula, they are not in his league. No, you cannot use Sifuna in the same sentence with Wetangula. No, when you talk of Wetangula, talk of Nadidi Masbaraza, Jack Wamboka, Kalasinga, Majimo. Not Sifuna. Sifuna is in outer space. As lawyers, as elders, we are blessing you. We are in the forest hunting. You're hunting from here, me I'm hunting. So long as you bring the animal home. Angekuwa amemaliza hiyo story. A simple thing like staging a Sifuna entry into Wamalwa's Kijana's home will have worked for Wamalwa. That's just one strategy. There could be others. But unfortunately for our politicians, the thing they hate most is thinking.
If you have an advanced degree or strong professional experience, you could qualify for the US EB2 National Interest Waiver. It is a green card pathway that does not require a job offer or employer sponsorship. Your application is based on your skills, experience, and the impact of your work. If your work...
The Linda Mwananchi Brigade, of course, led denial and oftentimes living in Sagari.
Well, moto ni moto, hata ikiwa ya gazeti ni moto.
Lakini iwezi choma mahindi ya gazeti.
Inaweza washa nyumba. Inaweza choma nyumba. Moto ni moto. So hata kama ni ya gazeti ama Masagari, lakini ni moto. Lakini the way I saw it, could that be moto ya gazeti? That is phenomenal. Who has attracted that kind of attention? Who has excited the Kenyan public in similar manner? There are not very many people. There are not many people. This is, Sifuna has quickly pushed himself where you would find Kenneth Matiba, Raila Odinga, Rigathi Gachagua. We are talking about tier one politicians in the history of this country. People who just turn up and there is a crowd you can't control. That is no mean feat. It's not something that is done by everybody. every other day. No, this is a very difficult thing. Sifuna has announced it's coming. Yeah.
Some political pundits argue that it's not lost for some of the seasoned firebrands, in this case Mudavadi, Wetangula, and they argue that come February next year, don't be surprised Wetangula and Mudavadi wakifungua kamba itakuwa mbaya. Do you feel they have a chance to reel back and just stem this wave?
You know, Sifuna has entered into a competition.
Sure.
You know, you start league, you know, even World Cup, which you people like. Imeisha mabado.
Imeisha. Hey.
Kuna ile knockout stage, nini, those preliminaries. And then you go to the next, then final. Who won, by the way? I have no idea.
Spain.
Against, I don't know. Now,
Argentina and Messi.
Those racists. Now, so for Sifuna, preliminary matches were in Western, are supposed to be in Western. Then the next round is within the Linda Mwananchi. And then the next higher level, getting to semi-final, is within the opposition. Sifuna has already qualified for the finals.
What remains of Mudavadi?
Mudavadi, those ones. That is you only deal naye huko chini. That was not even, nobody remembers they are there. Or they were even there. Sifuna is.
Let's discuss up to there. Julia, maybe I can begin with you. Manyora is saying all the other political actors in Luhyaland, Sifuna shamalizana na wao. So, and I can see Ruto is scrambling to get one. So, what does it mean? Can we forget Western? Can Ruto forget Western?
For Ruto, no, not yet. Not yet. Western is complicated. There's really, Sifuna really has to assert himself, kabisa, because even when Raila Odinga alikuwa amejiassert vizuri Western province, Ruto still got votes. Unakumbuka? Previously, Raila Odinga was the most popular person in Western Kenya. Lakini bado Ruto alipata kura. Hapo ndio wanakuanga na nafasi ya kusema hata even stealing the election, you know? So Sifuna really has to assert himself. He really has to work harder. Ameanza vizuri, he needs to put more effort. So not yet, right now. Sidani bado, I think we can still get some votes. We can still get room to steal. Because the moment hajafikia penye Gachagua amefika. You people, do you realize that Ruto ameshindwa kuja Mount Kenya region kabisa?
Na sindia ameachia Roko. Julia, as you comment about that, ebu nikusomee vile Roko amesema. Roko amesema even if Ruto does not pick Kithure Kindiki as the running mate, Mount Kenya East will still vote for Ruto. Discuss, as you say, as you connect with that.
Roko can just talk. He knows that he's lying. So Roko, he's done. Mount Kenya is gone, according to me.
Roba, you want to react?
Oh, sure. Let me start with Roko. Roko yu mwenye aliba kura ya Mbeere North. Unajua hiyo statement yake anda ambie mke wake ama ambie whatever family hiyo tu kwa sababu ya matumbo yake. At the end of the day, the people have the votes. Kama ni kura yake ndiye aseme kura yake, sio kura ya, you know, this idea of being like you are the spokesman of the community or you are the spokesman of everybody. Kile vile amesema uchinga. Asikia hiyo pale alikuwa anaambiwa. I don't know what they wanted. Walitaka kuosha huyu jamaa mpaka mwisho. But amosha tu. Watamosha tu. So let me the act of what's that? How do you call him? Manyola. Yeah? Is that the way you pronounce it?
For who? Manyora?
Yeah, Manyola, yeah, the professor.
Yeah, it's called Manyora.
Manyola, yeah, the professor. I think KTN did very nice what they put in KTN in details during the interview this morning. KTN Radio, I think that was the morning show that there was some girls there, and the guy used to be on the other radio. So let me react on that. The difference between and the Jude, that's for you, and Jerry, that's for you. The difference between Raila and Sifuna is just like when Raila was running Western Kenya. The reason why he didn't have control was because there was Fort Kenya, there was Musali's party before Ichukuliwe, and there was also other parties. But if you look now, what's going to happen is like Sifuna Linda Mwananchi doesn't want to be on the party. Wengine kuna mtu anawasikiza, and because of that, it's going to be like it's going to be united. I mean, down there they can fight when TM nini mambo ya local politics or nini, lakini ikifika kwa presidency hiyo imeenda. So to say Western Kenya is not like yeah, they have their own problems, they are political, but this time I'm telling you, Sifuna has solidified that one. He needs to do more. I agree with you that. Is he want to do it? Yes, but at the same time, I think that Tembea with him, with this movement of Tawe, they're in the right trajectory. And the way they are coming to the table, united, I don't see why they should not get a ticket. And being the largest tribe in the country, the second largest after the Kikuyu. I mean, this is the time. 2027 is the real nation. It's time to lose. I'm telling you, this guy is selling all over the country. It's not like Ruya or something. He's selling all over the country. And in the ever democratic, I mean, look at the agencies. Every kind of people is Sifuna. Even I was talking to my grandmom, Mbaya Kasiandas. He was talking about Sifuna. I'm just like, how did you know? Yeah. So that's how this thing has gone, bro. This is Sifuna thing. You're not saying because of that. The country has said, this thing is gone. It's gone. Let them give me the ticket and find, and it will win history. Governing, let's talk the governing later when Kasongo is gone. But for now, it's Sifuna's thing to lose. He has everything went for him. Yeah, and I agree with Bobo Wino when he said now, Meredo na kila kitu. It is not so. And I'm telling you one thing you have to realize. Luo Nyanza is going to vote for Sifuna. Watch. Luo Nyanza is going to vote for Sifuna. Yeah. And I've said it here, guys. Let me say it again. There are two things left here for Kasongo. Either he's not going to run, or he's going to have a Muslim running mate, which he thinks that he can convince all the Muslims vote for him, because they will be like, he's still in the making. Maybe that's why Tuaro was talking whatever he was talking. Maybe Joe will come in. I mean, this is how this guy is. He can use religion, he can use tribe to get elected. Yeah, so he's going to rule our Muslims to vote for him to encounter them. Maybe that's what is left. And he thinks like, what about the abortion if they collapse or whatever? That's what is left for him. Otherwise, he's gone. At this point, he's gone. The more we go, the more he's running out of options, which is good. Which is good. And by the way, he's the weakest candidate ever. So let's go back. If this man called Kasongo could have fulfilled what he promised and what he campaigned on 2022, he would not even have a Kasongo name. He would not have some of these things which is just now hunting him one term. He would not have all this. But because he decided that, according to him, the Kenyan electorate is very weak. He can buy them. And one way of buying them is just to con money, all the money, and put everybody under his pocket and say everything goes through him. And that's what he did. And thank you to Olkarao, because they kind of came and kicked the hell out of him. And because of that, it brought a new freshness in our politics. So at this point, I just say this way: as long as the opposition unite, as long as they give Sifuna and the rest or whatever the way they, Sifuna will take it all the way to next August, and it's going to win for the people of Kenya. But who knows what's going to happen in between here? So Kasong is hoping that we can make a blunder, or if he thinks that's to work, he's going to. By the way, Joe is going to be the running mate. He thinks that's another option, which I'm hearing, and I've been telling you guys. He thinks that he can consultate all Muslims to vote for him. Maybe he can be able to pull this one out. Is it going to happen? I don't know. But right now,
but the problem is that the Muslim population in Kenya is less than 20%. I think it is between 15 and 20. Still, that number is not enough.
But remember, they also been cheating. And they know, remember, he was giving some fake ideas, people to register. Remember that? Or are you not looking what's happening on the IBC? It's constituents. What do you think? What happened here? People lied to him. All these people got the positions because of they lied to him. They said put this and so and so they can steal the election or what. But they will be shocked. I mean, I said it before. I said there's some people there who want the justice because they promised they want to steal the election. Yeah. Did we hear the name of somebody Siniro there? Junaid Mohammed Siniro? You know, there's some people there. I mean, I'm not saying Muslims are bad people. No. That's not the case here. The case is just like Junaid Mohammed is using religion, and he used his way of acquiring some relatives to IBC with the fact that they can be able to, Kasong can put in the pocket so they can steal the election. That's what he had in mind. And also, even look at the chairman of IBC, how he got the job. He got the job because Ikulu Nani was the former governor of Turkana. That's how that guy got the job. That's why they were telling us, oh, if this one doesn't continue to allow the council election because they have been directed to do so. Waja was, they had them Wajalib. Now, and that's what I was telling you. Hii mambo ya IDs ambayo walisema they want to register. Some of them, they wanted to create some fake IDs or register people from fake the way they wanted so that they can run the numbers of whatever they want. That's what they are thinking, guys. That's what they are thinking. Let's also think beyond the box. Why was it that saying, oh, for a long time, these people have been, they have been discriminated against ID cards? They didn't have no evidence. So what I want to know from the registrar, how many people have been registered from that part of the world, and even some residents there, they were saying there are some people from who are not Kenyan Somalis who have been registered. We want to find out. And that's the work of also the opposition. We want to find out. They have to put the fire. Otherwise, Kasongo is trying anything. He's going even to register people from Uganda. Someone said it here. There's a station registered in Uganda. Are we not forgetting that the nation gave us fake, and that's why I want Gachagua also to tell us, if he wants to be sincere with us. There was a fake station somewhere in Kericho or something. They were exposed. Remember when they were exposed? Did we make a forum? These are some of the things we cannot forget. There were some fake stations. Only the tribute was there, but people voted from there. How did the votes come from that place? You know, guys, this is something we have all cylinders. We must have all cylinders. Yeah. I want to know how many people have been registered in that part of the country since this conman came with this idea of saying they have been discriminated. That one will give you what they had in mind. And that's why you can see Tuare is saying whatever he's saying, and he's going to get away with it. That is going to happen because he knows he cannot lose him. Even Mombasa, some other things, some of the things we are hearing, but the opposition are aware. And they want to say that. Let's see what happens. That's me. That's what this is one. It's not easy, guys. It's not easy. But he has been cornered. Let me leave it there. I see Alex is here.
Sawa. Thank you very much. Bwana Alex, uwanja ni wako. Karibu, sijui kama utaingililia hapo hapo Roba ameachia ama you are bringing your own storyline. Aya, Roba, go ahead. I will react to what you have said. You have told me. It's okay.
Unasemaje?
Nimekaribisha Bwana Mbudi. Na mtu anatusiana kwa nini? Is there any person abusing people in comment section?
Some people are writing some language I don't understand, by the way. So
No, I think wanatusi Roko. Roko ndiye anatusiwa.
okay. It's something. It's a
Wanatusi Roko ya, wanatusi Roko ya.
That guy is a bully. He's a useless person. I mean, he just came up here, minister. He thinks he can be above everybody. He thinks he knows more than everybody. This. You know, I hate people, but when that guy is told that in better no direction. He's told it. Yeah. But they will be shot by the Kenya electorate this time.
So, Bwana Roba, hiyo story umesema ya kura, where they want to steal from Northeastern and Rift Valley, mostly because Ruto might want to steal from a stronghold, definitely. Those four Kalenjin places, which I don't think they are now. So let's talk about Northeastern. So Northeastern historically has been having very low votes. Like unakuta like Garissa is like 200,000, Wajir 300,000, Mandera few. And you also need to know that Mandera, even if it is Northeastern, somehow does not behave like the other people. Mnajua hivyo? Mandera si unajua inakuanga off. Kuna vile Mandera ukuwa off, by the way. Mandera, they don't follow the Somali politics. Mandera, there is even a time when Mandera even voted for Kibaki 98% some time back. So somehow they are a bit independent, Mandera. So when we are talking of Northeastern, which has been having very low votes, are we saying that their numbers have suddenly increased to like 2,000%?
That's what I said. We need now to start focusing on that.
600K to like 5 million.
That's what we need to start focusing on that. And by the way, I will caution in advance. If we have Sifuna going up there, he has to have advanced security. Otherwise, those guys they might do some harm. Even they can hire people from the neighboring country. That's something they have to be very careful. Kama uliona Kasongo Baruni kienda alikuwa anakimbia karibu kuchikunia huko. What do you expect? So even I was seeing hiyo tuare wakati alikuwa anafanya remarks ya kusema hyenas. Even you can see security ambayo iko huko ni kama CSU na watu wengine wanamlinda. Unaona? Because that's a dangerous part of the country. We know that. But he has to go there. And I'm very sure the young people from that part of the country, they will vote for the TCP or whatever they want, united opposition. And I think even you said Mandela, yes, Mandela has been historical when they voted for Jubilee, except wakati hawa jamaa were voted, then when the new government is formed, wanaenda huko, that's very disappointing. Very, very disappointing. So for me, what I want to investigate now, and that's journalism should come in. We're talking about the big KTN, NVD, NTV, and K24, whatever. So they should start like investigating the way who has been registered, where are they, locate them, until we know the truth of it. Because I want to see what's the increase, what's the difference between the last registrar and the new one, how many folks were added, and where did they come from? Are they there? Can we locate them? That's something needs to be investigated if we are really want to go on this politics. Lakini sasa wanaleta mambo mengi, ndio wanaweka hapo. Unajua when they are doing all this quietly, like who Nyanza, they were trying to register people 24/7 around the clock. We know that one's happening. So quietly, maybe that's what they are doing. But the more they will get frustrated when they see things like now, when he made that mistake, when they see there's no unique, you can steal election, a cross election, but this is not going to be a cross election. So that's why I say opposition when macho, they have to ask IBC questions. The way IBC is constituted, not constituted, the way it is consistent, it's constituted. I'm mispronouncing that word. I don't like it because there's some suspicious activities getting some people got from the door because they pledged. Some people pledged there that they want to lead the election. So I have that feeling as an individual. Let me say that. I have a feeling because when I came to discover that some of this, there were relatives to this, some of these people who failed right up. People like Junaid Mohammed, people like, I don't know, whatever. And I see this guy from the State House, his tribesman there. This is something they are planned. And from it's true that Jawa said that the man have been bought a house, but somebody has said you bought a house. Go and steal the election. And we see how that house will be down, you die, nothing, nobody's going to govern the country. And that's something we have to tell them in advance. But before we do that, we have to start eradicating right now, uprooting some of the things, the mistakes maybe they have done. We want to know where the voters who have been added in the register, more especially those northeastern counties and some parts of Mombasa. I have some suspicions that there's some suspicious activities which is going on, but let us go. Let's be cautious. We will see the numbers. We will see the numbers.
Budi, do you want to react? Or Jerry, do you want to react to that issue of Northeastern and the explosion of numbers beyond the reality? Wanjeri.
I believe that I hope Gachagua and team are aware of that and they need to do something about it. In fact, wako na kazi mingi because hata kama tunasema maneno ya Kalau, I think kuna regions in Kenya where Ruto will likely still come on, not just Northeastern, even Coast Province. And the hope, I'm saying Coast Province, thinking and assuming that Kalonzo will man Ukambani, Sifuna and team will man the whole of Western Kenya. We don't want to see a Malava. We don't want to see Ambere North. Okay. Matiang will man Kisii. And Gachagua and team will man Nairobi. Na Mount Kenya region. Na lower Rift. Yani lazima watakuwa aggressive. Kabisa. And then probably they have to be smart even just to read the numbers for Northeastern. Ndio kama walikuwa nataka kuhype numbers. Kwa sababu we know the registered voters are this in Northeastern. No, they can start highlighting them even before the election. The registered numbers in Northeastern province are this. The registered numbers in North Rift are this. So that Ruto is aware that hata kama he wants to say they voted 100%, he cannot go beyond the 100%. And if he's going to do 100% in Northeastern and North Rift, sielewi kwa nini wao wengine hawezi fanya 100%. Because you don't treat Ruto nicely. Ati mnajifanya nyinyi malaika.
But you have to remember, yes, the government machinery, so you will try to have the machinery there to do that. But what I'm hearing, also they want to see that Nyanza, the reason why they want to make that soft spot where they can steal the election because they think that they can have some people, but whatever they want to do. And somebody has to tell the United Opposition, the one thing is to have the agents there. This time, it's not like one or two or something, even undercover. So what's going on and some of these things. Because we cannot have a situation where this guy will just come in and start cooking some numbers like we have seen before and say, oh, I want this and this. Yeah, it doesn't have a way out. But the reason why is to anasema kabili yake ikianza bado afanya nini. So what are you want to do? What are you want to do if people have rejected you? Force them? You know, he wants to make the cross away. He can steal or he can do all these things he wants to maneuver. But when he realize that it's not want to happen, maybe we have to send a message. So a united opposition has to send a very strong message. And I think your crowd did it. And the rest of the country, I know there will be no another election until 2027, but this is something they have to say. Like Orengo's message is very clear. We need that kind of messaging and be consistent. They should be reminded when the United Opposition will march there, utafini kura na tutaenda watangasa, we will call the game for ourselves. IBC itakuwa na kibarua. There's nothing here. Hata ngao wale wakiangalia when you go with all this momentum, there's nothing there. They are not want to say that, there's nothing there. Hakuna kitu watafanya. Because the country has decided. Naruta Tabigo, you have been defeated. There's nothing you can do about here. As simple as that. But what he had in mind was to make Yad Raira, Akwen Oparanya, Akwen, so awake kitu like yeni hapo katikati kama vile ilikuwa, so that very close now he can very easy to steal. But he imekuwa mwamba. So far, imekuwa mwamba.
Kidogo Roba, somebody was telling me today, I don't, maybe it's something food for thought, and the Karibu Sana Stone PK. From the Orakarao experiment, Kasongo knows that stealing votes in the groundwork will not work. So now, and that person was telling me we need to up our game. Votes can still be stolen, but itakuwa formula ingine. So we have to make sure that every place where votes can be stolen, may it be real or electronically, to up the game. But Kasongo might not overemphasize stealing in the ground. Anazatumia sasa mbinu zingine sasa. Because sasa hii ground ameona it is not working and it is very hectic. So right now and the election, they are researching how to steal the election, but not necessarily in the ground. Lazima pia sisi, we have to up our game. Go ahead.
And you mean I talk to when you talk, because I'll pick up my daughter from where she is right now. But I'll be listening to you guys and I'll see you later. I'll come later on.
Okay, that's fine.
So come again. You are saying that Ruto will try to steal how?
No, what I'm trying to say is that method number one of stealing, and the most obvious one, ya kuiba kwa ground, hiyo imepiga mwamba. So Ruto is now researching how to steal the election. It could be in a way in which we have never known. So what I'm trying to say is that we have to be extremely proactive. There is nitawekea speech hapa ya nani. There was a guy here called Oswago. Oswago sometime back said there are 7 ways to steal an election. Did you come as Tony PK nianzie na hiyo video? Because
maybe we should start, because we need to exploit all that, because me the other way I've been thinking Ruto has been stealing elections, according to me, is just Itumbi manipulating the numbers. Unaona, anawekea numbers online zenye haziko. That is what I've been thinking. So we need to be aware of that too.
Imagine being able to build an app with your name on it, just by thinking about it. Meet Base 44.
Ladies and gentlemen, good evening and welcome back to our channel once again. Yesterday, I came across a very interesting post online. In that post, former IEBC CEO James Oswago had revealed 7 ways to rig elections in the Republic of Kenya. And Oswago added that if Kenyans want an election where election is perfect, then they must rectify those 7 ways. Swali, Can there be a free and fair elections in Kenya? I want us to analyze that post. But first of all, I want to make it very clear that I'm not so sure whether, but political objectives, I'm convinced that someone somewhere is keen to achieve certain political objectives through that post. And that's why I want us to remove the name Oswago James from that post, but focus on the 7 ways listed. Before we get into all those details, for those who are watching this channel for the first time, please take a second or two, click the subscribe button so that next time we produce a video like this, YouTube will automatically notify you. And the subscribers, I want to continue thanking you guys for your continued support. Without that support, this channel cannot be where it is. This is the poster. According to former IBC CEO James Oswago, there are 7 ways to rig an election in Kenya. The 7 include gerrymandering, ballot stuffing, ballot purchase, state violence, digital manipulation, integrity of electoral management body, manipulation of the reports of election supervisors and monitors. Ladies and gentlemen.
$25, 25 regular.
Nifikishe hapo Wanjeri, out of hizo methods 7 za kuiba election, Olkalau has solved how many?
Okay, I'm looking at them.
Kuna gerrymandering, ballot stuffing, ballot purchase, state violence, digital manipulation, integrity of the electoral management body, manipulation of the reports of election supervisors and monitors. There are 7 ways. So for me, Olkalau has solved number 2, number 3, and number 4. Out of 7, Olkalau has given a solution to 3. Still 4, we have no solution.
Okay, I don't know about whether Kenya is doing any gerrymandering. Ballot stuffing, iyo walingangana. Ballot purchase, I think they tried to do that. State violence, that was an uphill task, bearing in mind that we only had 1 by-election and all the state violence violators were in Olkalau. So probably there'll be violence in some places, but they may not overpower the voters. The voters may overpower state violence if they are reminded by someone like Gachagua what to do. Now, digital manipulation, hiyo ndio tutakusumbana nayo Njiru. Integrity of electoral management, hiyo tutasumbana nayo sana. Manipulation of reports of election supervisors and monitors. So the last 3, that one is an uphill task. And how can we, the third last item, digital manipulation. The only way is wakienda juu, munaenda juu zaidi. Like what they did in Olkalau. You know, they announced those results in Njiru. Let me ask you, you remember in Mbeere North, we waited for the returning officer to tell us those numbers. So we actually waited for Itumbi to give his numbers, and that is what
tulingojea sana Mbeere. I think tulikuja kujua, tulikuja finally. What happened in Mbeere is that what Itumbi told us is what IBC told us.
Yes, what Itumbi had posted online is what IBC told us, and that's what they would have done in Olkalau. Lakini this time, I saw Karongo Dhangwa announcing results. At one time, I saw Citizen covering the results. So my take is, tunaweza overcome your digital manipulation by announcing our own results still. We can cross this thing of being told ati sheria ikubali. Who has been taken anyway after Olkalau? Nobody. And the fact that Akina Karungu Dhangwa announced those results, that is what prevented Itumbi from announcing his results. So we can deal with that. The most difficult thing, after your manipulation of reports of election supervisors and all that, the only way personally I think is vote, read the results and summarize them. Tally them for yourself, okay? Midnight tuwe tumejua our presidential candidate akona kura ngapi. And we start celebrating. That is what I think we should do. The solution is intimidate Odekon to the farthest. Mpaka ajue kama aliko na mpango wa kubadilisha results hana. Then for Northeastern and North Rift, we must remind Kasongo every day. We know that these are the registered voters in Northeastern and this place, and there's no way they can vote 100%. Na niseme hivi, akiamua watapiga kura 100%, hata sisi tunaweza piga kura 100%. Period. Asanteni.
But unajua hiyo ya kupiga kura 100%, ujuange ni vile unakutanga mwenzako alipiga 100.
Tunajuanga. Kwani hujai wewe umekupiga kura mara ngapi Central?
No, of course, but tutakujaga kujua watu walipiga kura zikihesabiwa.
Kwanza tuta expect atapiga 100%. So we should be one step ahead. Jiru.
Okay. So Julia, what
akisema ati watu waliiba kura, ajui nani aliiba mingi kuliko mwingine. You don't remember that? You see, Ruto is going to make sure they vote 100% in North Rift. Na hiyo Northeastern. Let me tell you, kama ni mbaya ni mbaya. History ya kumebelezana tuache.
Yeah, that one, unaona ile kitu iko Julia, we are in good shape because you can imagine sisi 2022 Ruto alituibia na akatubakia ngapi ya 200,000 and used all these 7 methods. All these 7, because unajua sisi hakuna ambayo tulikuwa tunajua how to control here. So we are at least in a better shape because close to 50% of these things of stealing an election we can control. The biggest problem which we have ni hii integrity of the electoral management body. Because the integrity of the management body, hapo sasa inabidi sasa they can decide to auction the presidency. Na hiyo ndio wanataka kuuliza.
That is what I'm telling you. I am giving you the solution, Jiru. I am telling you this. I am telling you, do Kalau style or Kalau style by midnight. Unaona? Announce the results. Announce. Read the results. And then kusoma. Kusoma munasema by so far, Nyeri County, our president has this. Tumetari sisi wenyewe. Tumetari coast. We have tallied coast. We have tallied. We announce them. Wacha kiumane, Njiru. Hata ifike mahali akina KTN wajue wasikize Thokon ama wasikize watu. Ifike hapo. Because if you keep quiet and you allow him to give you the results, you are done. We will not wait for Thokon to give us it. We don't trust him. We will never trust him. Alex wants to say something. Wacha ninyamaze sasa.
Okay, Budi, go ahead.
The one that Julia actually said will not happen is the one that is going to happen. And Julia, can you allow me to explain to you? All of them have been used. Gerrymandering are the one that has not been used. Let me explain to you how. I want us to go and remember how the election is won in Kenya. It is let me read for you this, then we go there. The percentage of votes required to win an election varies by position. In the presidential election, a candidate must secure 50% of the total votes cast plus one, and at least 25% of all the votes in all the at least 24 counties of the 47 counties. Now, hapa ndio kisungumkuti iko because Ruto has sensed the popular vote he's going to lose. Okay, now he's going to gerrymander the 24 and 47. Now, allow me to explain this because this is where we need to fill the loophole. I want us to go by. There's a day I did one by one because I've been asking myself, why so many Somali votes? For us, we are deluded that these votes are going to be put in one place, but Ruto has spread them across, okay? So that he realized, and I think he worked so hard last time to be able to get the 25%. This is the formula we wanted to use in 2013 to deny Uhuru Muigai Kenyatta, which actually which 2017, where actually he was inaugurated unconstitutionally, because if one county refuses to participate in the election, it will be null and void. But the Kuria people had to come in and save the news for 24 of 47. Now, if you look at the counties that Ruto will not be able to get 25%, but he will use the Somali vote to get the 25%, I will count them. This is Mombasa, Kwale, Kilifi, Lamu, Taita Taveta, those 4 counties. Traditionally, it's impossible for Ruto to get 25%. What has he done? The Taita Taveta governor told us, and that clip is right in board with us, that kuna wazee wa kijiji wanaandikisha watu kura, na yeye alizaliwa kule, hawajui, lakini chiefs wanawasaidia. You remember that famous clip? So he is ahead of us. So when you think the Somali vote is going to be used in Northeastern, it's being used where actually? Okay? Where actually he knows that 25% is not going to be gotten. If you look at Kilifi, Mombasa, and the other areas previously, Kilifi at some point voted, I think the governor and almost all the MCS, women rep, kila kitu ODM. So, to be fair enough, Kilifi at some point, there was no way UDA could get even 10%. It will be single digit.
Yes, and if you don't concentrate, you not do so good, eh? You not be so accurate.
Yeah, you have to. So Julia, you are. Julia, can you mute? So those ones, because of gerrymandering, which is not the direct gerrymandering, is going to make sure that he wins. Now, then we will go to other areas whereby we have seen big population of Somalis. That is Migori, Kisii, Bungoma, Kakamega. So obviously, Ruto is securing some places to make sure that he gets 25%. Now, if Sifuna was the presidential candidate, and he gets the popular vote, how does Ruto deny him the 24%? The 25% in 24 counties. It's going to be very tough because depending where Kalonzo will go. So that's why Kalonzo is critical, whether we like it or not. Because if you look at the counties that we have, if the mountain will go with us, which obviously it will, because there is no question we must pick up. Hata kama saa ingine tunapigana hapa na Stone PK. This is the math sometimes I do inanisema that we have no option, we have to pick a running mate from the mountain. It's not that we want to win. So if we have Nyandarua, we have Nyeri, we have Kirinyaga, we have Murang'a, and we have Kiambu, and all of them deny Ruto, that means 47 zimeenda chini. And then if Sifuna again in Western amnyanganye zote, akatae that asipate, so we have Kakamega, Vihiga, Bungoma, and Busia, then we come Kisii and Nyamira, and Nairobi sasa hapo ndio we must deny him by all necessary means. Unaelewa? But when you look what he wants to do in that area, he wants to make sure that Mombasa, he kicks Sifuna out of 24 counties, 25%, the coastal region. And that's why Sifuna needs to campaign more in the coastal region than ever. And I think that is why Orengo has realized that's an area that they must go. Now, can Sifuna, as a presidential candidate, get 25% in Luo Nyanza? So I think they will try to gerrymander that he cannot attain more than 10%. They want to create that perception, which is Kisumu, Siaya, Homa Bay, and Migori. So already they want to deny him the coastal region, and then they deny him the Luo region, and then they deny him the northeastern region. Then they want to deny him again that East. Kalonzo is a big talk with them. And that is why you've seen even, and sometimes I wonder when people are saying Kalonzo hawezi enda, Kalonzo hawezi enda. I mean, I don't know. I mean, for me, I fear Kalonzo will go. And also another person that I fear that might go, hata kama mnaweza kataa, Matiang'i is gone. I don't know why Matiang'i keeps on meeting these diplomats. Today he met another diplomat from the US. In fact, the acting, Matiang'i was with the acting ambassador for the US. I mean, why will Matiang'i be meeting every diplomat that comes to Kenya? It doesn't make sense to me. I mean, I'm smelling a rat. The fact that he worked with the international community, you keep on telling me that, it's good to work with the international community. I don't buy that. I don't buy that because the international community has failed us several times, and we have to be hard on that. So I'm looking at him being denied Bomet, Kericho, Kajiado, Narok, Nakuru, Uasin and which one? Bomet and Kericho. So I think my concentration does not lie on popular vote. Ruto wants to force a runoff. Because for now, let's be honest, the numbers show across the board. That's why there's so much significant frustration. Because let me ask you for the benefit of this conversation. The peace path of Ruto right now, the most angry person is Roko. And he made a very weird statement, which I think Kimani Chungwa has proposed before, but this time it was with a lot of bitterness, which he said that it is time for the mountain to be divided too. We have serious issues that we have never solved, and we have to divide by now. There is no question. We are not going to election while the mountain is two. Just laughing because that's a frustrated statement because they know that Gachagua has gone with it. Unaelewa? So which tells me that if they sit down, they realize that the popular vote is gone. So from Oswago's narrative that they can be gerrymandering, can Ruto force a runoff just to stay and then use state apparatus? That's my worry. And that's why if we have Matiang'i on board, then we can say we already have two. So now that is mathematical. We have two counties. Okay? Then if Kalonzo is with us, then we have, is it 4 counties or 3 counties? Machakos, Kitui, 3 or 4. Can you help me, Njiru? How many eastern are there? Let me look at here. We have Machakos, Makueni.
Yeah, they have 3.
There are 3. And then if we go to Rigiji will give us
11.
Tharaka 11, senior.
Rigiji ako na 11.
11. And then Western will give us
not considering Nakuru, eh?
So it's like Laikipia Nakuru there?
No, if you consider the diaspora in Akuanga 13, they become 13.
No, Nakuru you cannot deny, it's whether you like it or not.
Aya, ni sawa. So ni 13. Gachagua analeta 13.
Okay, 13. If we are together, so that we don't force a run. And then, and the Luya land, how many do we have? We have Kakamega, Vihiga, Bungoma, and Busia. We have 4. Sindio? Then we have 4. And then now, the coastal region.
Naija Bashishi ya Trans Nzoia. Trans Nzoia inakuanga Bashishi.
Oh yeah, 5. You cannot take Trans Nzoia because Trans Nzoia it's half. Mount Elgon iko kule. So when we do 5 plus 5, that's 10. Then tunapata 23. Actually, yeah, that is the 23 I got, which is short because what he wants to do, they want to create a perspective in the coastal region. That's my worry. And deny him all the Rift Valley in the first round. And they take, if Kalonzo doesn't come on our side, we will have even more shortfall. So I think this is the area that we need to guard by all necessary means, for me. Because Baba used to have a formula on how he guarded it. And that is why tulipembeleza Kalonzo to the man to the last minute. We really needed this popular vote, but we needed those counties.
Those 3 counties,
okay? And we needed those counties. So what Ruto is going to do, like Tanzania did, is going to make sure that some counties are voting for him.
Are in play.
And then they vote for Ruto at for Sifuna's single number, single digit. And we must fill that loophole by all necessary means so that it does not force a runoff. So far, everybody agrees because of the anger and the temperament they're having that the popular vote is gone. Okay? But how does he force a runoff? And we don't want a runoff. That is the new. Among the 7, that is the new that they are going to use. Thank you. And that's where now the Somali vote is feeling in the coastal region.
So from your analogy, you are saying the Somali vote is being used as a concomitant.
Of course, look at it. It's not going for you. You're looking at it's going to be conglomerated in the northern region. No, it's not. If you look at the surge of Somalis in Mombasa, ask anybody who lives in Mombasa, and the rate at which they are also doing what? Registering to vote. Okay. Look at even, I was seeing them masquerading the other day, and I was even laughing that they're supporting Rigji, that now we have a big Somali community in Kiambu. That vote is being used to get 25%.
So they could have actually registered even people from Northeastern and from Somalia, actually, and you are being registered as somebody from Kiambu.
Yes, so that the 25% of 24 counties is achieved for them, and then we have a shortfall. So we get the popular vote, but they get the counties. So they force a runoff, so that it looks like it's a fair election, that the electoral body is working. Okay, because it's going to be a significant blow to them. So how do they force a runoff?
Now, the only problem I have is like places like Kiambu, they are highly populated. Like
that's why I'm telling you. That's what I'm telling you. That look, these people coming out as the Somali community that, oh, Duale, ABCD, let them not lie to you. They are there strategically for that purpose.
I understand. There is a point I want to add to you. Like, how would the Somalis in a population of 800,000 produce 200,000 people so that it becomes a quarter of that place? Ni swali tu nauliza. Like in Kiambu, how can we get
No, that is where now other means like staffing is used. They create a perspective that there are a lot of Somalis here, and as you have said, I mean, there's a population explosion of these people everywhere. So you're not going to deny that they're not there. They are even seeking elective offices in your own area. They're even elected. Yeah, they are already elected, which means
even in Mlima Kenya, nimesikia Gachagua akitaja wa Somali who are MPs somewhere.
Yeah, he did today, and that is why I was telling Julia that look, the area that you think it's not going to be used this time, this what I wanted to correct Julia that this is this time, and when you hear rhetoric from somebody like Roku, I don't know if you saw that statement that it's a high time that the mountain must split into two. I don't know if you saw that. And it's a narrative.
Nata amesema na akaongezea akasema hata Kindiki akidropiwa lazima mlima ikatwe.
Yeah, you saw that. He said we are ready to share our ambition for the deputy president. I think his statement was very strong, extremely strong, and it was a bitter statement because that statement is because of the numbers, okay, showing that Sifuna as a presidential candidate is way ahead. So how do they counter him? That's statecraft that Eli was saying yesterday is in panic mode. Okay. How do they overturn this win back? Because this weekend was a purge for them. And you know, they received raw intelligence. So for me, that is the area that we must guard. We must make sure Kalonzo is there, the whole of Western is there, the coastal region is there, the Kisii is there, and then as he said, and I think Sifuna was preempting and saying, actually, Linda Mwananchi has more votes in Luo Nyanza than the remnant of ODM. So we must consolidate what the remnant or whatever Orengo now must concentrate. His tour in Homa Bay and Homa Bay County, which was Homa Bay Town and Kindu Bay, showed that there's still many people who still believe. But still, we need to be very careful how we still for them, they still believe that Babu Owino, regardless of all this, and you saw what Gaucho was trying to say today is to totally, humiliate Babu Owino. Whether it's true or not, that was very damning when he came and said that Babu Owino banged the table for Baba. I mean, I don't know what.
Na historia ya kupiga meza, na historia ya kupiga meza, kwani ni kila mtu upiga?
That was by the way. Let's not put it as the main. Yeah. We'll talk about it. That's all. I'm just saying that we still have votes there, and what will they do to us so that they force a runoff? So you are saying, the whole topic was, you started a new topic, which was, how is election stolen? Okay, let's concentrate on that. And I'm telling you that from where I sit, they have lost the popular vote. But how do they force a runoff? So I'm preempting what I have seen, that they have spread Somalis across, and I've been wondering, what is happening? Because even in Kisii itself, Kisii itself, there's a sizable population of Somalis.
Yeah, so then let me ask you a question.
Wacha Stone aingie kwanza, because you can't concentrate on me for 40 minutes, man.
Okay, fine. Okay. Relax.
It's a conversation.
Wacha tukaribishe Stone. So Stone, how are you? Stone, Kiora, how are you? Are you there?
I'm good. Yeah, I'm there. That's why I'm there.
Yeah, we are focusing with Oswago. Oswago 1 year ago said there are 7 ways to steal an election, and we have pinned them there as a comment. Wacha nikusomee zenyewe.
Nazijua.
Oh, okay.
Nazijua.
So, and the question which I was asking is, out of these 7 ways to steal an election, how many have we been able to learn how to arrest, and how many are we still not having capacity to arrest, and can they influence the election on Ruto Young? Go ahead.
Kwanza, I don't know how this has come out. And I accolade whoever has brought it up. Ule mtu ameitoa amefanya vizuri sana, whatever the intention was. Because when Oswago did that, it was downplayed. Why was it downplayed? It was downplayed because of everybody was a thief. People are betting thieving. People have confirmed that in Kenya huwezi kuhold nini. Huwezi I don't know how to do it. Huwezi hebu ngoja kidogo, just 1 minute.
Okay, sawa. So, Budu, ulikuwa umemalizia?
Kwani
Budu,
wara-
can you- yeah, nani amepata kazi, amepata kitu ya kufanya. You can finish your item.
No, me, I finished. I mean, I was just saying that we were downplaying the population of Somali, why they are ballooned, you know, and I was saying they're not going to be used in Northeastern. Their agenda is to spread them across so that counties that could deny Ruto, and which he knows that if elections are free and fair, he might not get 25%, that is where they're going to be used. Yeah. That is the purpose of the Somali population. And that's why somebody like Duale is untouchable. They've used SHA very well. They've registered Somalis. Actually, I was speaking with a friend of mine, a Kalenjin friend of mine who is a dentist. Nikamuuliza, biashara inaendeleaje? We schooled together. He's a dentist in Eldoret. Nikamuuliza, biashara inaendeleaje? Akaniambia biashara iko funny, but you know, we only have Muslim clients. And nikauza kwani wakale wakwangi wagonjwa meno? Say, I don't know, but we only get the only people who SHA is working are the Somalis in Eldoret, and I don't know why. So then I was kind of thinking, like, is it political? I asked him, is it political or what? Kwani, how come? He say, these people have, like, almost all of them have a dental insurance, my friend. Like today, you alipata wangapi back to back. So, and I think this is what Kibagendia said before, that through the SHA, they were told to register for SHA, many of them, so that they could get what. And that is the truth. That is that's not political expediency. I mean, this is a report even from Parliament. If you go read the Health Committee department, what it says that there was biasness, whereby, you know, clinics that are owned religiously for Christians will not receive, or the SHA will not pay to them, unlike the Muslim clinics maybe, and run religiously. So I think Duale has done his homework, and Duale has been working with the choice of Ruto. For Duale was not just healthcare alone, it was beyond. because if you have access to the information of people who have registered for SHA, who tells you that they cannot use your record? Whatever, they can use that information for political, expediency. So, and he sits there very pretty. I think he has done worse things than Nakumincha, but he's untouchable. So, what does that tell you? So, I think for me, the population for Somali, we have to be very careful on how it will be used, and it will be called early on. That register, when it comes out, we need to question vis-a-vis the number of people who are in the register and the physical population that is within a certain place. I think you can almost tell. If you look, it is double or triple, then we need to question that. There are areas we saw when we took stock last time, re-evaluation of the names. I mean, areas like Kisumu were a little bit weird when Anyang' Nyong'o got more votes than Baba. So the question was, how did people go to vote for a presidential candidate, for a governor, and then went home but never voted for a presidential candidate? And if the ballots were spoiled, how come it was only for the presidential but not what? So those are some of the tactics that they're going to use, more especially to eliminate the popular candidate in winning a straight round of 25% of 24 counties. And they declare him 50+1, and then people are forced into a runoff. And in the runoff, it's a simple majority that wins. So once the governors have been declared, they shift alliances. So they will make sure that they have won enough, they've stolen enough governors. So when we are going to a rerun, they have they have a loyalty and allegiance through the governors to win the second round, which is simple majority. Do you get my point? Juru, unauliza swali tena unaenda kulala? Hii studio inakuanga mweche cha kweli.
Ladies and gentlemen, William Samoei Arap Ruto, the President of the Republic of Kenya, is under a lot of pressure from ODM party to drop Professor Abraham Kithure Kindiki as his running mate in 2027.
Wewe Kindiki, unasikia uchungu sana kwa sababu kiti yako, nafasi yenu inachukuliwa.
Najua tumeongezeka, kina Oparanya wamekuja, wamekaribishwa, lakini hatutoki, hatuwezi waondokea. Tutang'ang'ana tukiwa hapa ndani kwa sababu hii ni serikali yetu. Wewe unajenga nyumba, unaweka plaster, unaweka sofa set, unaweka TV, alafu badala ya kuenjoy unawacha, unaondoka, unaenda kuishi msituni. Mimi siwezi kufanya hiyo kitu.
And ODM is very specific. They want Professor Kindiki to be replaced by none other than Wycliffe Ambetsa Oparanya.
Ukiona mtu ananitusi kesho, ujue huyo ndio nilikuwa naongea juu yake. Kwa hiyo machache, asanteni sana. Sasa nataka kuchukua nafasi hii kualika the incoming Deputy President of the Republic of Kenya, Wycliffe Ambetsa Oparanya. Karibu sana.
Hata Kindiki mwenyewe analia. Leo huyu Junet Mohamed ametangaza wazi. Amesema ya kwamba kutakuwa na muungano ya ODM na UDA. UDA itachukua President Ruto na hao watachukua Deputy President Oparanya. Na saa hiyo Kindiki yako kwa kiti. Wameanza kumkosea heshima vile walikuwa wananikosea mimi. Na mimi ndio nilisema juzi ya wachana naye kwa sababu najua kikwetu Kindiki ni mtoto wetu. Tunasemanga vita ikija ya Muhirega, unawachana na hii ya Boma, mnapigana ya Muhirega kwanza. Huyu Kindiki wanamtesa, wanamkosea heshima. Sasa mimi nauliza, yeye yako kwa kiti saa hii, huyu Junet Mohamed anatangaza ya kwamba hatakuwa running mate, na Kindiki yako kwa kiti. Kindiki anatakiwa afanye nini?
Sasa umeanza kuwa mtetezi wa Kindiki sasa.
Mimi unajua ile mimi sipendi ni dhuluma. In this video, I want us to analyze that move by ODM party to lay claim to the position of the running mate in 2027. But do you think it's a good idea to replace Professor Abraham Kithure Kindiki as William Ruto's running mate?
Navan, the #1 rated business travel platform, lets your team book work travel in one place. Flights, hotels, cars, while staying within budget and earning professional rewards. Right now, they could be giving you $500 in Navan rewards for onboarding your company. Finance teams love it too. Real-time spend tracking, automatic approvals, and seamless accounting.
In 2027.
Kuna uhaba wa pesa lakini anania kuona ya kwamba hii kazi inaendelea. Kwa hivyo nimeona hivyo, nimesema mimi sasa nitakuwa askari wake. Ni askari wake au si askari wake?
We all know that previously, the name of Gladys Wanga was featuring prominently. The name of John Mbadi was featuring prominently. And also the name of Ali Hassan Joho. But right now, ODM is narrowing down to none other than Wycliffe Ambetsa Oparanya. Why do you think that's happening? Ladies and gentlemen, the first reason why that's happening is because, according to ODM party, they want to consolidate their bases. ODM party has always produced a presidential candidate. And because they've always produced a presidential candidate, that has always given them an edge. But as things stand today, ODM party is not going to produce a presidential candidate. The party leader Oburu Odinga has made it very clear that they are going to they are going to support the re-election of President William Ruto.
And in studio today, we have one Morarat Kevaso, formerly of the Inject Party.
Yes.
Formerly.
Now of Jubilee Party. The reality of politics on the ground is different.
How is it?
The Kenyan vote has not gotten to where Inject has gotten. So Inject was leaving the people behind. So you have to go back and fetch the people.
So taking a step back.
Yeah, for sure. I believe we are moving faster than our civic education. Probably we need to expose the people more and educate them better for them to make better choices. So as things stand today, we have what we call political parties which have regional bases, regional bases which are based on communities and tribes. That is the reality of politics on the ground. So however bright you are, however good your thoughts may be, however good your intentions may be, if you do not align with the politics of the ground and the local politics of your people, who are the voters and who are the ones who are hiring for the job that you're looking for, then you will be left on the highway.
So you as an individual, what are you doing to change that narrative?
I'm doing my best. For instance, I'll give you one example. When I walked into the parliamentary race for Borabu constituency, I found that there is an entrenched problem where people ordinarily expect money from politicians. And the first thing I did was to try and understand why. Because sometimes we condemn people for taking money from politicians, but we do not take an opportunity to find out why they do it. And number one reason is broken promises, that politicians give very lofty promises, so many of them, and they never fulfill. So the people have gotten to a point where they've become desensitized to promises. What they want is the little that you can give them now, not what you are promising to give them in the future, which they are sure you will not give them. So what I've been doing is, as I talk to the people, I try to educate them on the consequences of receiving money whose source they do not know. And it has worked. I did not think, myself, I didn't think it would work. I was just doing an experiment where I meet people, they say, Amwesh, tuachie kitu, give us something. Then I calm them down. I have a conversation with them for the next few minutes and tell them, you know, some of this money that you're being given by politicians is actually stolen from you. And when somebody spends so much money on you in millions, you are giving them the legitimacy to steal from you because wanasema wanaenda kujilipa. So, and people have been understanding. In fact, I've gotten to a point where now I meet people and they tell me, wewe mambo yako hata usitupatie pesa, wewe utufanyie tu kazi. So it's working, and I'm actually excited that it's working. So I'm doing my best in terms of civic education to expose people to know how much money they receive from National Government Constituency Fund, how much they are getting through the county, the different projects in the ministries and the national budget, and how it's affecting their livelihood, you know, connecting between leadership, allocation of resources, and poverty. So people are able to connect their situation. Leo ulishindwa kukunywa breakfast, lakini kwa nini? Ni kwa sababu una pesa. Mbona una pesa? Kwa sababu industry ya maybe coffee ambayo ilikuwa inaandika watu kazi ili collapse. Mbona ili collapse? Ili collapse kwa sababu ya corruption. So now somebody is able now to connect their current situation or their inability to afford breakfast this morning to corruption or to bad governance. So I've been able to make that link, and I'm doing my best. At least I've picked a constituency which is a fairly smaller area. So I believe I'll be able to do more with the resources that I have.
What is the difference between you being young and coming with vibrant ideas that will, clearly from your perspective, they're working, to joining a team that might not necessarily understand your way of doing politics?
Being young is not a qualification for leadership. We have young, corrupt leaders also. And we also have young, incompetent leaders. But there is a benefit to when somebody is younger because you are more energetic and you are more ambitious. And you are a dreamer. And dreamers build things. Unlike older people who sometimes take politics as a retirement job. Anachukua political leadership kama blanketi yenye anafaa kwenda kujifunika apumuzikie huko after they are tired of working, you know. So a younger person will be more ambitious, so they'll want to do more so that they can maybe scale the ladder of leadership to higher positions. But now, coming back to your question, how joining the old guard or the old politicians and their old way of doing things, how it aligns with the young way of thinking. This is it. Number one, you need to know that majority of the voters in this country are young, but those young people do not vote. If you check the lines or during voting day, is the old people that are voting overwhelmingly. So we are trying, of course, to work on that apathy to see that young people have a reason to come to the ballot to vote, but it has not yet happened. So you see, we have to operate with the reality of what is, not what will be. What will be is an experiment. What already is that the older people are voting. Now, the older people, they look at leadership on the perspective of relationships. They don't really look at, first, they've been lied to for much more years. See, the younger people hawajadanganywa kwa miaka mingi.
Na wanadanganywa na politicians.
Lakini wale wazee, unaona kama wazazi wetu, walidanganywa na Moi, walidanganywa na labda watu wenye walikuwa kwa serikali ya Kibaki. Kuna watu wakakuja serikali ya Uhuru wakawadanganya kabisa. Mtakuwa mnaswenena, kuswenena kwa Kikisi ni kuslide. Hii mtakuwa mna slide juu. Kuswenena. Kuswenena. Sasa they've been lied to for a longer period, so they've given up hope for a longer time.
Yes.
So they are at that point where they treat leadership on the basis of relationship. Huyu ni mtoto wa kazini yangu, huyu ni mtoto wa anko yangu, unaona huyu sister ya mama yangu mahali ameolewa, wale watu ndio kwa kina huyu mtoto, msikose kumpatia kura. So then they look at politics on the basis of relationships. That is where clanism and tribalism comes in. That people are looking for somebody they can relate with. They are not looking for somebody who's going to perform, kwa sababu performance they already gave up. Wanajua tu hakuna mwenye atafanya, sasa wacha tu tupatie wa nyumbani mwenye tunaweza mfikia rais.
Judging from the euphoria that is in the country right now.
Yeah.
Sifuna si mtoto wa mtu central.
Just want to advise you as Kenyans not to be excited.
Tuseme ukweli.
Nawaambia ukweli. Crowds are not votes. There are people who attend the crowd because they didn't have a place to go. There are people who attend the crowd kama form. Uniform imetokea. There are people who come to the crowd to pickpocket. There are people who come to the crowd for their TikTok content. There are people who come to the crowd because others are coming.
Yes.
And there are also people who are coming to join the crowd because they've never seen Sifuna, they only see him on TV. So first, crowds are not votes. Then number two, everyone has had their own crowds. Maraga had his crowd, it faded away. Okiya Mtata had his crowd, it faded away. When Fred Matiang'i came from the US, even what happened in Western is nothing close to what happened on that day. That day there was no space even for a cockroach. The crowds were unmanageable. Even the sound system could not reach them. We had a crowd of almost 25,000 people. So crowds have been there and crowds will be there. Even William Ruto has his own crowds, hired or unhired, or he had the crowds. Raila used to have this crowd and he never became president. So first, what we need to understand is that when the hype dies down, because what we have with Sifuna is hype. And one thing I've come to notice about the young people in this country is that they treat politics like a hit song. Ni kama hit. Ina hit miezi tatu. Repete. Ikisha hit miezi tatu. Watu warudi studio waunde kitu ingine.
Naona pati yako inaitwa inject.
So that's what I'm telling you. Enjoy the hype. Even me, I had that hype at some point. It's very enjoyable. But now the reality of politics, sasa 2-3 months from now, when the hype has died down, the hit song imeisha, people ask Sifuna, sasa hawa bokusu wako wanakuanga wangapi?
And how can you bring them here?
Sasa hiyo ndo reality ya Kenyan politics. I'm not downplaying what's happening. It's very important what's happening because it's bringing a renaissance. It's an attempt. Yani kuna ka attempt at change. But bado kidogo. Because these people, bado civic education ya hawajafikishwa hapo. People have not gotten to the point where they will snap. So what is going to happen in 2027 is that there's going to be a mix of new energy and old guard. Then in 2032, there's going to be now new energy. By 2037, sasa ukabila itakuwa imeisha because this generation sasa ndo watakuwa wazazi. Sasa wao they don't subscribe to hii mambo sana ya nini. So the old must die for the new to come. So hao wazazi wetu wazeeke haraka wasonge waende. Ndio sisi tukuje na.
Nasikia ukisema hivyo.
I'm telling you, 10, 20 years from now, Ruto will not be here. Like by nature, he's not going to live more than 100 years. No. So 20-30 years kutoka sahi, hawa watu wote Kalonzo, Mudavadi, Ruto, by nature vile Mungu alidesign dunia, they will not be here. So the people will be here ni watu kama mimi sasa. So what is important is, what are you cultivating in us? Because the mistake I see young people doing is that they join the old guard, that is the older politicians, and then they become like them.
Sijasema umention mtu, but for example, nani anaweza kuwa amefanya hivyo?
No. Okay, let me speak generally. You have a party leader.
Yes.
Your party leader is corrupt. But you are the conduit for corruption. Wende unatumwa, wende ukarejesta kampuni. Ukirejesta kampuni, mdosi anapiga simu anasema, enda paka kwa Ruto, utapewa tenda ya maybe kujenga sewerage plant. Fanya ama tafuta mchainisu subcontract, ukitengeneza 200-300 million, urudishe mkono. So see, we have nothing to hope from you. It doesn't matter whether you are 28, 29, 27, or ni Gen Z, 24 years. There is no hope in you. Kwa nini? Ushafunzwa wizi. When you take over the position of your boss wakati ameondoka, you will become exactly venye yako, kwa sababu si alikuonyesha vile deals upigwa, vile makampuni. You've already been taught to commercialize politics. Umeshaambiwa hii watu ya kanisa kitu unafanya, ama pasta watafute kabla ya kanisa, wajenge kitu yao. Ukikuja kanisani watafutie pesa kidogo ya mabati, alafu waambie hawa waumini wapige kura pandei. So you see, these are people being influenced through the church, but on the backdrop there's bribery. Bishop ashakula yake. Sasa do
you know one specific bishop who's taken bribery money?
I don't like mentioning names. Let me talk about my constituency. Let me be particular. I come from Borabu constituency. Since my member of parliament was elected, he has built a total number of 62 toilets.
Wow.
At a cost of 60 million Kenya shillings.
Ongeza hapo boda sheds.
Miaka 4 tangu mjomba wangu achaguliwe, amejenga choo 62.
Spring nini.
Do you know the kind of toilet I'm talking about? Si toilet iko hapa kwa studio.
Sema 60 million, unajua mimi nagojea moja mpaka.
Do you know the type of toilet we are talking about? Pit latrine. Ile unachimba shimo, alafu unakoroga unajenga kanyumba juu. That's what we are talking about here. 62 of them at 60 million shillings. Sasa sisi tunaitwa Borabu wa choo. Borabu constituency where there are toilets. Sasa you see, I'm not despising the value of toilets.
Yes.
But why don't we just empower people economically so that they build their own toilets?
Tutu Chache MP was trending for buying 3 Prados for campaigns, while all he could do was just, lobby for roads to be made.
And then the arrogant him said that he is buying these Prados because the roads in his constituency are so bad.
Imagine.
And he wants to get the voters to campaign. He is not an aspirant. He's a sitting MP. Let me tell you. Unaona pesa ya CDF ya hiyo Nyariwa recharge. Inakwanga imefanywa change. Unajua kufanya change? Kufanya change ni ile uko na tao na ikatakata into 150. Sasa pesa ya CDF inafanywa change. Ikishafanywa change, ukipatana na mjumbe anakupiga kilo moja ya maharagwe, kilo moja ya rice na shilingi 500, mnamalizana. Ukiuliza mjumbe barabara, kupea kilo yako moja ya maharagwe, mnamalizana. He just gives beans, rice.
No. Help! Nice. Help!
Ebony. Download now.
Hey, it's John Cena, and today we're talking cash back maxing because Chime is freeing the rewards. Now you can get 5% cash back on stuff like groceries or gas, dining in.
And money. But there's one thing I'm happy about. Unlike other regions in Kenya, I think Gusii region is very lucky.
Right.
To have a kingpin, you know this kingpin politics? Gusii region is particularly lucky to have a kingpin who is pro-performance.
Who would this be?
Fred Matiang'i is a kingpin for the Gusii region with Jubilee Party. Kama hauko na Fred Matiang'i, you are done. In fact, before you talk at any public function, kwanza walete salamu ya Matiang'i. Then you can now say what else you want to say. And people are very emotional about it.
Yeah.
So si kitu unaweza kuhepa hivi. So now, being that Fred Matiang'i is a kingpin for that region, I'm particularly happy myself that this is a person with a performance record and is a pro-performance person, and he hates handouts. He himself hajaipeana handouts, by the way.
Ni budget ana ama...
No, I mean, I don't think it's for lack of money. It is that he doesn't believe in the leadership of he doesn't believe in the leadership ya kupea watu pesa. So I want to count myself lucky to be in that region, to have that kind of kingpin who is not maybe telling members of parliament enda muibe pesa munilete ama tupangishe watu line tuwape pesa. He is pro-performance. So my expectation is that the next members of parliament that are going to be elected through him are going to be people who can deliver. Because you see, even the leadership of the region huwa inadetermine sana. Kama mko na kingpin mwenye anaambia wajumbe muende muibe pesa ya CDF munilete, that is the automatic thing that they will do. Kwa nini? Because the kingpin is determining whether they will get elected or not. Not even the voters. Unajua voters wako ile point yenye kingpin akishawaambia huyu kijana yangu mnamuona patia kura. Things change overnight. I actually don't think there is a country called Kenya.
They're just regions.
What I think is that there are 40-something nations that have come together in a marriage of convenience, and they've decided to call themselves Kenya. But the idea of Kenya as a country is very far-fetched. Because if you go to the different regions of Kenya, watu wanaishi venye wanaishi. There's that, hakuna nationalism. People don't feel Kenyan. They feel Kisii. Kama ni Mkisii, unafeel Mkisii before uwe Mkenya. Unafeel Mkikuyu before. And even the system has been designed to treat you that way.
But don't you feel more Kenyan, especially when you're out of the country? Fact. Like
Fact.
Any country that, because then it beats the purpose of you wanting to feel Kenyan in your own country. It only hits you Kenyan when you walk out, you're in Dubai, uko wearing a bracelet ya Kenya. Kila mtu, aki my God, umetoka Kenya sasa. Suddenly, it doesn't matter where you're from, Kisii, from Nyaribari Chache, where you're from, it doesn't matter.
Yeah, I went to China.
You're Kenyan.
I went to China in Guangzhou, in a place called Xiaobei. In Xiaobei, I found a Kenyan restaurant called Kwetu Dishes. Nilingia pale. Kwanza nilishtuka because siku expect kwamba ndapata ugali, managu, unajua maziwa mala, vitu za home. Then I found people talking home, speaking Kiswahili. You know, you feel so Kenyan and feel very proud. In fact, mkiwa huko hakuna Mkikuyu. Na hakuna Mluya, hakuna Mkisii.
So what you're seeking in that country is not, you won't find it here.
Yes.
You'll find it when you're out of the country. That's when you can recognize yourself as a nationalist.
The other thing I've identified out there, I've come to realize that the lack of development in our country is also about bad behavior. We are badly behaved. And we are indisciplined.
That's who? The populace, Kenyans. Because now that you mentioned you were in China, did you see how nice China is? The drainage systems work.
China is better than Europe. China is better than America. In fact, I don't think they market China enough. China bana. Unashuka airport unakanyaga carpet. Kenya ukishuka airport unaanguka ndani ya shimo. When you get into the Kenyan airport, it's like you've fallen into a hole.
That airspace just changes.
Even your bags, the way your bags are handled. Inakuja kutoka kama mawe. Inagonga ile kitu hadi unasema wow ile bag sasa imeisha kabisa. So my point is even as we blame leaders for misleading the country or not governing properly, let's look at the behavior of the citizens. One of the reasons why other countries are doing very well is because the citizens are also well behaved. Hawatupi takataka ovyo, wanachagua viongozi wanaofaa, you know, these kind of things. But you see, when we have a country where there's no morals, when there are no morals, I mean, there's no leader who is going to fix that. There's no law that can fix bad behavior.
That's true.
Bad behavior is a choice. So, kama sisi ni wale watu wa kukua hired kwenda kukua goons, kupiga wenzetu, at the end result is that the most violent person will become our leader, whether it's MP, governor or president. When he becomes a leader, tuache kulalamika ati mtu ni mbaya nini. Alikuwa mbaya na sisi tukamchagua kabisa tukiwa tunajua ni mbaya. So I think Kenyans need to take up responsibility, accept that they are part of the problem that we are having. That if William Ruto was not corrupt, they would not have elected him as president if he wasn't corrupt. In fact, they elected him because he's corrupt. So until they change how they elect leaders...
Those are big accusations.
Sasa, okay, people want money. Itatoka wapi? Is somebody going to withdraw the school fees of their child to give people money? Si atakuibia ndiye akupatie. Ama namna gani? Mtu amekuja kanisani ametoa 20 million and they earn $1 million bob. Sasa kwani amesave 20 months?
Umesawa.
Ya walete.
He has a farm where he does eggs.
Furniture. Because in the next
6 months. Na napendaga 6 months sana.
Hatutakosa kitu tena ya kupeana huko nje.
My 6 months. 6 months.
In another 6 months. Mimi nataka niwaeleze katika mpango huu wetu wa affordable housing tayari tulikuwa tumekwisha weka mpango. Nitazungumza na huyo mjumbe wenu
na nimetenga
in another 6 months. But now I spoke about this recently.
Yes.
Ruto is not going to run in 2027 on the basis of promises.
Yeah.
He knows, hata anajua kwamba he can't run on the basis of a promise. Haizi kuja kupromise watu anything. Number 2, he's not going to run on the church card. Hiyo ilisha backfire. Alisha choma. So religion aende kufanya siasa. Promises aziende kuwork. Then number 3, he's not going to run on sympathy. Because you see in 2022 he ran on sympathy that unajua hawa wananiumiza, hawa wa deep state, hawa nini wanasema wako na deep state, sisi tuko na Mungu. You see that sympathy card is not going to work. So William Ruto has only one thing that he needs to explain to Kenyans. And that is the thing on which Kenyans will vote for him or against him. And that is performance. He needs to come and tell Kenyans what he has done. So William Ruto will be selling
6 months.
Will be selling what he has done. That is why I keep warning the opposition. Because Ruto will be selling, what he has done. Do not give him an opponent who has done nothing. When the opposition is choosing a candidate, forget tribal numbers kabisa. Juu mkienda ile nani kabila gani iko na kura mingi, you'll end up on the wrong person.
Right.
Just get together into a room. This guy is going to run on nimefanya hii na hii. Msimpe opponent mwenye hajaifanya kitu. Mtazama. Juu kunao wenye hawajaifanya kitu na ndo wengi kwa opposition.
Ukiangalia opposition saa hii iko. Who's the person who has done anything, to be honest?
Fred Matiang'i.
What has he done?
When he was a cabinet secretary for ICT, he developed what we call the national backbone for the fiber optic cable for 47 counties. The 5G, very fast internet we are talking about, this ICT infrastructure, Matiang'i did a lot of work to push it. Number 2, unaona content creators, this open free media that we have, we had a media monopoly. Before Matiang'i became the ICT cabinet secretary, we had a media monopoly. It was very difficult to get into media business and even make it. But with the opening up of airwaves and moving from analog to digital, it opened up the frequencies. And now you can have as many, anybody can start media. Number 3, when this guy was in the Ministry of Education, he finished this problem, exam cheating. And it was becoming a problem because people are losing respect in Kenyan certificates. Wanajua hizi ni za wizi. Kwa sababu leakage ilikuwa kila mahali. And for the first time we had, a semblance of exam results that a parent can trust. But he came to realize that, in-school ranking is what is creating competition, where people have to steal exams for them to show that their schools are attractive.
Yes.
So he removed school ranking. So now hakuna kurank mashule at number 1, number 2, number 3, number 10, so that parents can now start investing or taking their kids to those schools. He just started saying, these schools perform this, hao walipata this number of A's, hao walipata hii, wewe enda ukajirankie. He removed that ranking.
Okay.
People underrate the painting of buses yellow. The reason buses were painted yellow, number 1, was for ease of identification. The reason kids wear uniform is so that we can identify school kids quickly. So we needed to identify school buses mapema, ndio hata so that we even give it away. Unajua hii ni basi ya watoto wa shule inaenda nyumbani, uipatie nafasi ipite. Then secondly, so that they stop misusing